Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome all of you to the Afridamus Report on today's edition. Thank you for joining me, and let's see who's here. We got Stoic One, Dwayne Jones, Abdi Wasami for life, MC Charm. Africa is the future. I want to welcome all of you to the Afridamus Report, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday wherever you are. So today, what we're going to be talking about, I know for some of you, this is going to be very interesting, especially if you have been paying attention to some of these Pan-Africanists, especially if they're from Africa, right? Think about the things they talk about. Because if you were here yesterday, if you were listening at some point in the program, despite the topic being about Muammar Gaddafi, right? Being the undisputable king of Africa. But for some reason, it drifted into quote unquote colorism. And quite often you would hear West Africans. And when I say West Africa, it's not all of West Africa. I want you to know I'm from West Africa. And I'm learning quite a bit about different mannerisms and the different cultures and thought process from different parts of West Africa. Seriously. So it amazes me when I see people deliberately not look in the mirror, try to understand the man that you're seeing so you can see what is actually going on around you, right? So for some people, when they speak, you listen and you're like, okay, now it makes sense why the regions where some of these people come from, why there is civil strife. Because you see, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, hey, without technicality, um, Boko Haram, they are Pan-Africanists. They don't want anything to do with white people. Because since that's what the criteria is, they base it on color. But the most popular Pan-Africanist of all times, Kwame Nkrumah, there's no way you can speak on Pan-Africanism without mentioning him. So he's the template. He is the marker. So in yesterday's program, I even, there were people on the panel, quote unquote Pan-Africanists, and I've seen some of their comments as well, which is funny because you see, what I do is I bring the topic, I open it up, I pry into the mind of the African, of the Black person, whoever is watching. Because you see, The reason why my show is actually here on YouTube, let me tell you, this is needed. It's a need. It's out of a need. Because when you listen to these Africans, anything they consider to be progressive, let's be honest, who do they take the cue from? Western Europeans. That's where they get it from. The place, the area, wherever I came from in Africa. If you go to the schools there and someone comes from, let's say, America or the UK, they will be considered smarter. You know how they say the white man's eyes is colder. And the politicians, when they speak, when they want to give the people hope and how they want to turn their African country into, what countries do they give as examples? The Western country. So this is what blows my mind when people come and pretend, you know, and say, oh, what you're saying, you're being divisive, and pretend as if I'm the problem. No, 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 I'm not the problem. If you're paying attention to what I'm saying, if you're not a hypocrite, if you're not somebody who is in their feelings, you want to truly see progress, you would judge yourself first. You would judge yourself right, which means individual accountability. Majority of Africans don't have accountability. Why do you think the place looks like the way it looks? So you, as an African, how can you preach Pan-Africanism to me when I'm very well versed in Africa? This is why I ask people what regions they come from. You didn't go preach Pan-Africanism to your own people. People are butchering each other because they are intolerant. They don't have understanding for one another. Those people don't see each other as the same groups of people. So spare me your BS. See, when I engage these conversations, it doesn't mean I don't know. I want you, the viewer, I want you to wake up from the slumber that you are holding on to. It is perfectly okay for you to see BS and call it for what it is. It doesn't mean you hate the people. You have absolutely nothing against them. But you, as a human being, the reason why you have the mind is for you to look at things and analyze them for exactly for what they are. When people speak love, you should know what it is. When people speak hate, you should also know what that is. So if you notice the same group of Africans who promote and talk about, oh, this part of Africa is got these nice things, it's got that. Okay. You're sitting there, you're thinking. If you have to specifically just say this area is nice, you film it, this is what you want to show the world, great. This is what Africans are doing, right? To me, that's a 419. That's fake. That's not real. I can play that game. I can go along with what you're selling. For a place to develop, it comes from the mind. It's not just physical buildings. This is why you see idiots would ask me, what are you doing for the people? They want me to give them physical cash. But the mental stimulation means nothing, right? They would rather stay being idiots, psychobabbling. And Africans wonder why other people don't take Africans serious. They wonder why. I noticed from the time I was a kid, I noticed that anything that is white, that is what makes sense, even to Africans. I didn't create that. I came and found that to be true. The various wars in my lifetime that I have witnessed as a child, when the Africans are fighting, this Pan-Africanism is not what comes and bring peace. They have to go talk to a white person. White people, they have to go talk to them. So that's the marker for excellence. You know that. I know this. Other Africans know this. But if you come and sit on the internet or sit in front of other people trying to convince them that, hey, look, we are trying to unite you, they are looking at you like you've lost your mind. And then you have people preaching saying, they are Pan-Africanist, Pan-Africanist. And they would quote somebody like Kwame Nkrumah. The reason why I'm able to break these things down, right? Because as I told you, I'm a man that have no leader over me. I don't have another man as a leader over me. So Pan-Africanism, they say they worship Kwame Nkrumah. And generally they will tell you they don't believe in God, right? Oh, we don't believe in God. But somehow you're looking onto a dead man for answers that are right in front of you. So they would quote you Kwame Nkrumah. Maybe they're hiding from their problems. Kwame Nkrumah is from Ghana. You are not from Ghana. You have absolutely nothing to do with Ghana. So most of his thinking is from his country where he's from. I gotta be honest. I don't like I've read about Kwame Nkrumah, but I'm not sitting around or trying to solve my problems. I'm like, oh shit, stop. I learned this from Kwame Nkrumah. He's got great ideas. He's resilient. He's a fighter. Great. He's a great person to read about. He's ambitious, but he's not a god. He's a human being just like you. Somebody that had a dream, a vision, he followed it and pursued it. So now, if you're saying you are emulating that man, he's the one that came with the idea. You want to copy that man. If you truly want to embody him and be like him and show who he truly is, you're following in his footsteps, right? You would have to do everything that he, not everything, but the tenets. So he married a woman from the North Africa, the same place that you, a present day Pan-African, hates and say they are not African. They are not part of Africa. Therefore, you are not taking it from Kwame Nkrumah's template, the person that you are copying. You see the miseducation with Africans? You see why it's hard for, especially West Africans, to copy other technologies? I mean, as a group, because you see, African countries have been independent as long as it, you know, Asian countries, Korea, even China, for example, they were once enslaved, colonized. In the 70s, China was poor. They were literally poor. But you cannot be innovative. You can't copy things if you can't follow instructions. So you would see a Pan-Africanist coming talking about what Pan-Africanism is, who is not African, who is African. They want to dictate. But the people that brought you this idea, the Pan-Africanism, they didn't operate that way. Kwame Nkrumah's wife was from Ghana. I rephrase, from North Africa, Egypt, the same place that people say these people are not Africans. And in my studies, in my observation, I looked around, I said, there is a pattern here. Kwame Nkrumah, he marries a North African. So if North Africa is part of Africa, wouldn't that make sense? But somehow most of these Pan-Africanists, they just want to breeze through it like it didn't happen. Like I read in my comment section, someone wrote there that it was shameful and disgraceful because I said, oh, Kwame Nkrumah couldn't find any beautiful woman in Ghana. He had to go to Egypt. And they said that hurt their feelings. Okay. So if you don't truly, I hope you don't believe that I believe that statement. But you see, these people, they hide behind, this quote unquote, oh, we love this blackness. No, they want to emulate the people like Kwame Nkrumah. This is why every time the conversation comes up, when they speak on other side of Africa that are a bit lighter skin, like they are color struck. The moment the light, that comes on, you start hearing their, self-deprecating statements, such as, oh, you people don't let us marry your people. They want the wives. So if you say to me you're a Pan-Africanist, me learning about all the Pan-Africanists, the successful ones, even the pro-blacks, guess what? None of them have dark-skinned wives. They don't. If you don't believe me, I'll show you an example here. Even here in America, a FBA philosopher. This is very current, right? A smart FBA philosopher. Let me show you what his wife looks like. Okay? Let me show you. So this is a pattern. So maybe this is part of the package. If look at all of them. Don't be upset that I'm waking you up to seeing the facts. Let me show you this FBA, the founder of FBA, what his wife looks like. In fact, this individual, I learned from him. He was the one that said that if you're going to marry a mixed race woman, for instance, make sure her mother that raised her was white. Yeah, that's what he said. Because you see, for me, I'm always curious. I want to see, I want to hear what people are saying. Because I didn't grow up with all this type of talks. So being exposed to it, I'm so curious and observant, paying attention to everything that is happening. So I don't have a dog in the fight. I believe in individualism. I have said that here before, meaning I want to be able to be my own person. That's why it's silly when sometimes you hear someone say, oh, you copying Black American. Oh, you copying this person. No, I'm just being me. I didn't go read some book and say, oh, I'm trying to be so. No, this is who I am. Self-reflection. Like I don't outsource my problems onto other people. Okay? So I pay attention to things that are happening. So when I speak of these things, I'm not being malicious. I'm not being rude. I'm not being obnoxious. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing, what I'm observing. And I'm sure you are seeing this too. It doesn't mean this is are the things that I believe. Whether I believe them or not, you, the viewer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So here we go. So you guys see the example, right? That was Tariq Nasheed, founder of FBA, the group, right? He's a pro-Black. But even in America, look at the example. To be a pro-Black, even they all seem to go for the lighter version of Black. The lighter version of Black. I'm not making this up, people. Am I making this up? So therefore, these people who are complaining, if not Africans are Africans, trust me, there is a deep-seated hatred they have for this lighter skin color people, meaning North Africa, the Horn of Africa, the things these people even talk about. Seriously, you guys have no idea. I'm sitting here keeping my composure, but it's like blowing my mind. I'm just a cool, calm, collective person, but like it's wild. It's really wild. You guys have no idea. You have no idea. This is why I believe in freedom of speech. See, when you stifle people's speech, how are you going to know what they are thinking? How would you know how they see the world? You would never know. So sometimes it's like, okay, to feel good when you're sick, the medicine you're taking is bitter. Are you not going to take it because it's bitter? It's going to heal you. It's bitter, but you got to take it. Someone wrote to me, they said, I used to believe in this Unite Africa, but I was very much you know, it was shameful to see a host encouraging people fighting, along those lines, right? And so what I got from that, this person is implying that she used to buy into this quote unquote Pan-Africanist ideology until I came along, you know, I poked the beehive, and this individual sees that, hey, these bees actually, they can sting. Just because they are hibernating, that you can create any type of fantasy in your own head how you think these bees will behave or should behave, but that's not reality. So I'm just that person who showed up, poked that beehive to show you that no, the bee can act. This bee is not what you really think it is. It's not really what you think it is. That's what Pan-Africanism is, trying to put a lipstick on a pig. Today, you have people who sitting here talking about they are embarrassed. Because this person said they are embarrassed that I said Kwame Nkrumah couldn't find a beautiful woman in Ghana. Okay, look, I said what I said, but am I lying? Where did the wife come from? Did I lie? That's my whole thing. Don't tell me, you are upset at me telling the truth. Why are you upset? Oh, that's African Queen. African Queen, I'm glad you are here. I want you to know I'm not mad at you. I'm not upset. I get it. That's how you saw it at the time, but I'm glad you're here and I'm explaining it. You know, talking about it because African Queen, if you think about it, you should thank me because I'm opening your eye to the other side of the equation. People talk about, what's funny to me? They would say, oh, they don't believe in God. Oh, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in, these other prophets that came out, 2,000 years ago. And then they start telling you their Pan-Africanist idea. You're like, where did you get this from? They quote Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was an individual, like I said, live this dream. You want to copy him? Great. You want to copy the guy? That's fine. But if you're going to copy him, you better march on to North Africa and get you a Cleopatra from there. Like Yaya Jammeh from the Gambia when he took power. In fact, he was married to a Gambian woman first, who was also light-skinned, by the way. Mixed, kind of. So for some reason, there is something about the Pan-Africanists where the spouse. There's something with the lighter skin women. I think Kwame Nkrumah, he did it to unite Africa, to unite the North and the West. Because see, many people, they don't think that far. You don't understand how bonds are formed. You don't understand. Okay? People don't understand how those bonds are formed. But because they are sitting here judging things in their own myopic way of looking at the world, they're just looking at the world, you know, through just little colors or what's painted for them. But you look at it, be honest with yourself. There's a reason why people talk about Kwame Nkrumah. You got to respect a guy who had his own ideas, his vision. I'm pretty sure Kwame Nkrumah, when he was talking about his ideas, there were people chastising him just like they're chastising me today, saying, oh, this guy's talking nonsense. But you see, when the hour came, they knew there's a young man here who he would say the things we are afraid to say. Kwame Nkrumah grew up in Ghana, okay? He knows about Ghana. You don't think Kwame Nkrumah is aware of the Jezebels that exist in that country? You don't think he doesn't know this? The reason why I put Yaya Jammeh up there, that's where I'm from, Gambia, right? I don't blame the guy going to Morocco to finding him a first lady because I grew up in that society. I know, I'm aware that there is so many Jezebels in that society. How can you be respected being with a Jezebel? How can you be a real Pan-Africanist? Being with a Jezebel. It's not going to work. So the things that you guys are ignoring, I'm here to tell you. This is what one of the reasons are. In West Africa, especially the West African women, they are not the best women to be with. Not all, but most. Look at the behavior. So these men who are very intelligent, they saw this from afar. Yaya Jammeh, in fact, married first a Gambian woman. Why did he drop her? Why? Why? So my thing is, when I come here, when I'm talking about the realities of life, I'm not going to do what others are doing, trying to paint Africa through this rosy, through this rosy lens. I don't like it when people want to talk about Africa. It's like as if it's like this fragile, ignorant people who don't know what is going on. Let's not tell them about what is going on. That's not what I'm doing. I'm here to open your eyes to reality. You might not like it, but this is what the truth is. Am I lying? We can have difference of opinion, but this is not just mere opinion. We are seeing what the results are. I've told you, I don't go by what the person is saying. It was very clear. You guys remember yesterday when I brought, the Somalis in for the conversation? The conversation changed quickly from Gaddafi to what? Oh, you guys don't let us marry your women. Have you ever heard these Pan-Africanists that you listen to? Have you ever heard them complaining to, let's say, Nigerian to say, oh, you Nigerians don't let us marry your women. Oh, you Senegalese don't let us marry your women. Why? Every time when it comes to the lighter section of Africa, that's what happened. And then they would say, you know what? We are deciding, these people are not even African. As if they have the power. As if, their opinion really matters. It's just, it blows my mind. I mean, these people have a thinking that is not different than Boko Haram. It's a separatist mentality. It's a terroristic way of thinking. Let me break it down for you. How are these people any different than Boko Haram that comes to you and tell you and tell you that, hey, now I'm deciding for you that, Western education is not good for you. And we are going to stop you. It's the same idea that works in Afghanistan. Where did the idea come from? They are a separatist, Pan-Africanist wing that are brave enough to take up arms. To take up arms. So when you see the thinking and where it's coming from, some people might say, oh, you're reading too much into it. I don't know what too much means to you. I'm just breaking down what I witness and observe. I don't just sit there and entertain myself. I'm looking at things happening right in front of us. So this is why you're seeing many of these people that when they go to Africa, for instance, they say they want to repatriate or go into places. They get there. They start saying they are disappointed. Why are they disappointed? Because someone sold them a bag of $3 bills. If you ever see $3 bills, know that that's fake. It's not real. So that's what they're doing right in front of you. But now you are upset at the guy who is saying, hey, $3 bills is not real. It's not real. Telling me to shut up. Don't you dare speak about it. You're here to divide the people. Divide people from what? Remember, I used to ask, they say unity. What are they uniting on? What are they uniting on? Let's see here. Audrey said, he married an Egyptian as a second wife to his Ghanaian first wife because all Ghanaian women are Jezebels. Come on, Afridamis. No, that's not what I mean. Oh, we have let's see. Edos FBA, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming by. You're welcome for expressing how much you're learning here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I sat down and I did my observation, and I came to the conclusion that there is several criteria you have to fulfill to be considered a Pan-Africanist. These, there is no go for it. You have to live by it. Because if you're following in the footsteps of Kwame Nkrumah, you would have to live by this, which is edict number 1. Not Africans are Africans. Not just from your lip, it has to come from your heart. And how do you make that happen? You conquer your country and marry you a North African. Kwame Nkrumah did it. Yaya Jammeh did it in the Gambia. And there was peace between Gambia and Morocco. Life was good. We introduced each other to, one another's culture. There was no problem. There was absolutely no problem. But then now you got people who come from another section of Africa. I know this is different, as you travel further south towards Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana. The thinking changes, it shifts. I noticed they seem to be more gung-ho about, the race part of it and questioning who is African and who isn't. Gambia, they really don't care. They're like, hey, this is who you like. I mean, that's what you go with. Some people, their families have power over them. They will try to tell them who they can or cannot marry. If your family can tell you that, then you are not a real man. You should be able to, decide for yourself. So If your template, yesterday you guys heard all these guys telling us about how great Kwame Nkrumah is, how his decision making was the best. So he made the decision that not Africans are Africans. He didn't just speak it, he lived up to it. So if you don't have a not African wife, or you don't believe not Africans are Africans, are you truly a Pan Africanist? Can you truly call yourself a Pan Africanist? I'm going to drop the link here. I want us to have this conversation. Tell me what you think. If the template is Kwame Nkrumah, I'm sure some of you are going to come and say, he's not the template for me. If he's not, you are open to also telling me who you are following. Let's see. African, how does one speak confidently but married to a Becky, please? Oh, well, I don't know if you're talking about me. I'm actually not married. So, if you are not familiar with Becky, meaning white woman, I understand they spread that rumor. It's funny, actually. They would use that term as an insult. They would force you. They would force you that, oh, you are married. But I'm not married. I'm not married. So you can drop that lie. I'm sure you guys are spreading that lie, but you can drop that. Let's see. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna drop the link. Give me 1 second. Guys, are you guys seeing? I see somebody. One Ghanaian woman showed her discontent. See, when they say they insult you by saying you're married to a white woman, mind you, people, this is supposed to be an insult. Do you guys see what I'm exposing here for you guys? Do you guys see this? You guys see. Game Jewel said Afridamos is similar to Nkrumah and Jammeh from what I understand. So, Slayer Jam, then are you saying all these people are the fake Pan-Africanists, that I'm the real one? Is that what you're saying? The link is in the chat. People, come down. Let's have this conversation. Do you believe not Africans are Africans or not? Oh, Kwame Nkrumah married a not African to unite the continent. And also, what do you think his reason is? I don't want you to tell me your own, self-hating ideas. No, let's speak logically. Okay. I have Sean here. Let me welcome Sean. Sean, thank you for calling in. Where are you calling from?
Hey, how's it going, Afrodamas? I know it's been a while. Calling from Maryland. I think I've been
Oh,
before.
okay, yeah. I didn't remember, but Sean, thank you for calling in. So, Sean, are you a Pan-Africanist?
No, I am not.
You are not a Pan-Africanist. So, are you? Did you know that Kwame Nkrumah's wife was from Egypt?
I do, and
So,
I
how do
do
you
think it's a
feel?
it's a way of Pan-African. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So from North Africa. So Pan-Africanists, they try to cut out the North Africans, saying they are not, Africans. So but since Kwame Nkrumah, he is the sample for Pan-Africanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't follow in his footsteps, then you're not a Pan-Africanist. Keep going.
I believe that's just scapegoating. Like if they call themselves a Pan-Africanist, then you
Mm-hmm.
should connect with the whole continent of Africa. Africa
Mm-hmm.
is not a race. Like not all Africans are black. Like, if they're really that scared, maybe they should try talking to a North African for once. I mean, obviously they haven't.
But no. Also, I believe there's another angle. These people might be separatist groups because
They are,
Boko Haram, they are Pan-Africanists. You do realize this, right?
in a
You
way,
have
sure.
people, you have people where instead of addressing tribalism, separatism, you know, um, rebellions happening in their quarters of Africa, they're not going to talk about that. They want to unite you that lives in Zimbabwe when you can't even unite the people in your territory. So to me, you didn't unite the people in your territory. You don't have a North African wife. In fact, you hate them. You're not a Pan-Africanist. And if you live in America, you're pro-black. You don't have you a mixed race woman. How are you gonna convince me that you're pro-black? Tariq Nasheed got him a mixed woman. So you know, I'm trying to bring the best of the best in this sector to show you guys how they live their life. Because there's many of these people that think they want to insult me, but they live vicariously through these people. So I open up my platform so that they can come here and express their Pan-Africanist ideology. But Sean, let me ask you another question here. Some of these things these guys promote, do you sense and hear some sort of hatred in it?
It
And they
is
are they,
hatred.
they are hiding behind Pan-Africanism because Kwame Nkrumah was a loving man. He had love in his heart. And someone's gonna say, Africanus, how do you know? His actions. His actions. He didn't just limit himself saying, okay, if he had limited himself to his Akan tribe, we wouldn't be talking about him today, right? We wouldn't know who he is. Only his people would know about him. So yesterday when I asked the question, did Kwame Nkrumah, when I said he failed, do you think, I was hoping somebody would challenge me. They said yes. But that's how I realized these people just talk. These people, these are Google intellectuals. These people don't read books. These people didn't go to the 13th grade. They don't know what they are talking about. They are just going with their feelings. They are selling us their Boko Haram ideas wrapped in Pan-Africanist, gift wrapping. I'm here to uncover that, to tell you, because this is strange. It's very strange.
Yeah, the thing is, like, these people, they will call themselves a Pan-Africanist, and they're not really a Pan-Africanist. They're really a Pan-Niger Congo
Thank you.
person. So that's
Thank
what they
you.
should call themselves, a
Thank you.
Pan-Niger Congo. Then I won't really shit on them so much. But they're not Pan-Africanists. If you're a Pan-Africanist, you unite with all Africans. The same way how not all Asians are Chinese. You got Indians, you got Saudi Arabians or whatever, even Russians.
Let's see. Kwesi said, Kwame Nkrumah daughter, well, should be seized and handed back to Ghana. Why, Kwesi? Kwesi, call in. Call in. Let's talk about it. Call in. So, okay, Sean. Thank you, Sean. Do you have anything else to say?
No, I mean I'm not African. I mean I'm just a Black American. So I'll
No,
leave
no,
it
no.
to someone
Look,
else.
Sean, you're not just a Black American. You see our FBA representative, Tariq Nasheed, with the wife, Peanut Nasheed. You see what she looks like? She can pass for North African, wouldn't she?
Sure.
So here is something that we as a people that are aspiring to become pro-Black or Pan-Africanist, they should read the lessons of what they are seeing. So this is what is in front of us. But thank you for coming, Sean.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, we have Olimi. Olimi, thank you for calling in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Afrodamos. I was
Thank you.
almost hitting the bed and then I saw your video pop up. So I just said, okay, let me go in and say hi.
Thank you. Thank you. So, only me,
Yes.
so far, from what you've seen, I've
Mm.
asked the question, are not Africans Africans?
You know what, Afrodamos? I was in another channel just the other day, and I was just kicking back and listening some Pan-Africanist talking about Pan-African. You understand?
Mhm,
And they were talking and they were talking and some people were like this pan-african is kind of racist ideology, really, to be honest,
mhm,
and islamophobic. It has a lot of islamophobic and racism root to it, right? So they were talking and talking about how they see North Africans and some Africans not black, and who is black and who's not really black, and all this and all this. And I just jumped on. I said, "Can I ask a question?"
mhm.
Uh so what? How do you wanna? This was my question. How do you wanna unite Africans if you are talking like the way they were talking about being very Islamophobic? I
Right,
mean, 50% of Africans are actually Muslims. Whether they're black or not, they are Muslims. So
right.
how do you go about to take these people and join together forces and work together when you are literally shitting on their belief system and you're saying we don't believe this, right?
And also
And
skin color.
oh God, skin color, just oh. So this was the question I asked. Mind you, I'm just now talking about the black Africans, right? Who are actually Muslims, right? And you know what? The answer was long, but to make it short, uh, the leader of that group, his answer was, let's go the way that China went about, let's go the way that Russia went about. We have to make like kill people, genocide people, and do this and do and force them.
Who was this a Pan Africanist?
Yes, yes, we all know. His idea was to make genocide, almost to destroy this religion so that we don't have this religion anymore. And this was his idea of creating Pan-Africanism. I
Hmm.
mean, I said, listen, isn't it better that we tolerate, we respect each other, and that is the basis of our coming together? No, no, we have to get rid of it. We have to root it out. I said, there's going to be a big war because I don't think a Gambian Muslim will give up his belief just
No.
because you said so. You understand? Or Malian, or Senegalese, or Somali for that matter,
So
But this was
for
the
you,
idea, right?
yeah, it's
So,
what I've
yeah,
just described here, like
this is crazy.
Kwame Nkrumah's wife is from Egypt, and
Yes.
he's the he because Kwame Nkrumah, the country where he came from, Ghana, majority are Christian. So he married an Egyptian that's a Christian, Coptic
Yeah.
Christian,
Christian. Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think, I think he did it to unite the North and West Africa instead of trying to force
Yeah.
feed his ideology down people's throat. Don't you
Look,
think so?
Afrodamos, I really, I don't know. Maybe that was his case. But look, North Africa is part of Africa, whether you like it or not, right?
Mhm.
When you say Pan-Africanist, you are taking from the north to east and south and west. This
Right.
is what Africa is, right? But if you are cherry picking and saying these are not because they have small nose, and these are not because they're light skinned, these are not because they're Muslims, these are not, you understand? Then you are making one ethnic group. So the guy before
Don't
he
they
said
sound,
Pan Niger
doesn't,
Gango. That
yeah.
was what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Elaborate. I was gonna ask you that, but you are ahead. So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so you are hearing a Pan Niger
Niger
Congo.
Gango. Yes, that's exactly what's coming to my mind, right? Because look, Niger Congo people are also included, the Bantu and so on and so forth. So this is what it is. This is like it's a racism that's taken another toll. And as you said, they have this kind of Boko Haram mentality,
Yeah,
like
this
my
is the
way or the highway.
English section of Boko Haram. See, let me tell you.
Exactly.
It's from the same region. One thing. Okay, Boko Haram operates in the Islamic way in Arab
Exactly.
section, right? Don't you think Boko Haram is gonna have their English counterparts?
Yes, and that is exactly what this Niger Congo, and Pan Niger Congo is. Seriously, I'm like, okay, just drop the Pan Africanist, just drop the African in the name of it, just unite with yourself. That I understand. You know what I'm saying? But when you say Pan Africanist, I am an African. So is the Moroccan. So is the Egyptians, right? So this is the whole Africa, and to say that they are not African, this is crazy. You understand? These people are as much African as I am. You understand what I'm saying? These people have been mixing
But
with European people
but
and
you
Arab
remember
people. Yes.
they even said you are not African.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not African. I mean, yes, of
And
course.
you
They
don't
said I'm not.
and also you don't want to marry them. Can you
Yes.
elaborate? Yesterday there was too much,
Oh,
loud
Hassan.
noise, but it's calm today. Can you
Yeah.
answer some of the things here? Because it's along the same um,
Line. Yes, of
line.
course.
And one of the Pan-Africanists, I hope he's watching. I hope you're in the clouds. Was upset. He said, "Oh, Afridamos is simping to only me." I hope he calls today so we can have this
That is not true.
conversation. I don't know. Look, only me. It takes a certain type of individual to be able to do what I'm doing.
Exactly. You have to
So
have a
if
thick
if
skin
if
to
if
really.
if these things mean anything, I won't be able to do this. It's
Mm,
understandable, but
mm,
the platform is open to anyone to come in.
mm,
Whatever misconceptions you have or opinions, feel
mm.
free, call in. Let's have the conversation. But speak on, were you surprised to hear how obsessed these guys were with marrying the
Oh.
Somali women? Can you talk on that?
Oh yeah, I'm a Somali woman, right? And this is really, really upsetting to me when I hear rhetoric like that. And one guy was so obsessed in the beginning, and he flipped it and started insulting Somali women in all ways that you can imagine, right? And this becomes obsession, and that really pissed me off, to be honest. And this is nothing that is new. I've heard this so many times. They call us Arab lovers. They call us you are Arab. They call us all kind of crazy name. Listen, there's nothing wrong by being an Arab, right? I have
Right.
to say that they are these people. They're
Absolutely.
beautiful people.
Mhm.
Nothing wrong with being an Arab, but the disgusting remark is, and then have you seen how he's sexually insulting Somali women on the channel? We are Muslim women. We call it haya, is our dignity is very important for us. We don't just want to hear people talking about us like that. That's disgusting. And I feel that that was jealousy, it's some sort of a jealousy. He could not get one, so now I have to slander these people. And to Niger also, he always goes about and say, well, if you don't marry, you have to allow to marry. It's important to marry. It's so crazy. Why Tunaja? Why do I have to marry? Because of Islam. I think Tunaja is more Islamophobic than anything else, to be honest. He's more Islamophobic, and he thinks that because Islam doesn't allow the woman to marry out, and this is a threat somehow to him and his nation. Listen, we Somalis are, let's say, all the Horn of Africa, we are not that many people, okay, compared to Niger Congo people, right?
Yeah.
So now, if you all flood
I mean,
in and
just
just
Nigeria
marry,
alone,
marry,
over 200 million.
exactly, oh, exactly, they can over marry us in 20
They,
seconds.
oh, they would wipe you guys
They
out.
will wipe us in a 1 year. You
Mhm.
understand? I like to keep my Somali people because we have been existing for thousands of years. Some people just want to keep their own
So,
people,
so,
but
so,
that
can you
doesn't
make
mean I
it?
hate you.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was gonna
That has
like.
nothing to
Clearly,
do
like,
with it.
for me, even the examples I was given, because for me, like, tonight, just even the religions he goes against. Like, I know quite a lot about Islam, so like Islam is against racism. So I even gave
Yes.
personal examples of what I have seen. But now, do you think deep down this Pan Africanists want to follow in the footsteps of Kwame Nkrumah So instead of
Yes.
going to Egypt, they want to get them a Somali to represent them as
That's what I'm
Egyptian.
saying. Look, what I was thinking about is that how can you come close to black but not so black? Then you go to Somalia, Ethiopia. We kind of like in the middle. You understand? We're not like light like for some North Africans, and we are not really black. So we're in the kind of middle. So you're still in the Mama Africa kind of situation. If you have yourself an Ethiopian lady, you're still like in the Mama Africa zone. You're not out. So yeah, so we are like the safe side of being like, but it's only our women though. The men, they hate the men. The
Yes,
men, they
yeah.
skinny, they
That
pirates.
yes,
The
that's
men are
what
not
I
good. Yeah, the
yeah,
men are
that's what I was
hate it.
gonna ask you about. Like, okay, so to me, the Pan-Africanism fell wayside from there because you see, this is it's like nature. Like when you watch those, nature channels, when lions, when a lion take over a pride, what do? They kill the male lion, and they, even if there's any babies, the woman they take off,
Hmm.
they kill all of those. So
Yeah, the
I
animal
sense
do that.
I sense the hostility that is being
Towards the
sent
men.
towards the men, but the women,
Oh,
they want
yeah.
the women.
Yes, the men, I swear to God, the Ethiopian, the Eritreans, I mean the Horn African men, they insult them. They insult how they look, or you so weak, or you so this, or look at you. They belittle them. And the women, this is like, just like you say, it's like animalistic way, kill the man, take the woman, right?
Mhm.
But little do they know, we are like freaking crazy over our men. It's not gonna be easy like that because we are look, Somalis, and I'm gonna talk about my
Oh,
people.
sorry, hold on
We
one
are
second. One. Hey, James, you said you want to call in. Hit the link. Go ahead.
so we have been practicing this practice that we've been marrying each other for thousands of
Mhm.
years. We are in that little corner of the earth that we've been with each other. So this is something that we've been practicing. This is new to us. Like
R-
this is the past 30 years we came to the world outside of our continent, our country. So this is new to us. You understand? So
Right.
this is. Mhm. So the Somali woman either they slander us, as last night you heard with your own ears that he was saying we do it from the back and not from the
Right.
front. Oh, these disgusting things. I mean, I could not sleep last night. Seriously, that
You
pissed
couldn't
me off
sleep
so
from
bad.
it. See,
That
but
pissed
you
me
see,
off.
you have to understand. Like with these shows, is to open the real conversation so people can hear how people think. Because you see, it's a spiritual thing. People are going to bring out what how their world, how they see the world. That
Mhm.
like you might
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
know that.
Yeah, you get to know the people, of course, with this thing. And can I say something also? This goes also the same way in African Americans, right? African American black men, they always put down the light-skinned black men in African America, right? They always say, "Oh, you womanly, you are not so nice.
Mhm.
You're pretty girl for."
Oh yeah, you're
They
right.
belittling the
That's
men,
the same
and
pattern. You're right.
their woman, their counterpart, which is light-skinned, they snatch them right away. What
Hmm.
happens is the
Like
black
this one
woman.
here.
Exactly. She they will snatch. But her brother who looks just like her, they're gonna call him the pretty boy. You
Yeah,
understand?
that's a
That
perfect
that that's
example. You're right.
that is the animalistic way that you just said, right? Let's
Hmm.
snatch the woman and kill the. And what happens to the black woman though? The dark skinned black woman? Now she doesn't want this light skin because these men were putting them down so long, and she was hearing that they're too pretty and they're too this. Now she doesn't want, but she cannot get the dark one either because the dark one is busy getting the light skinned
Hello,
one. It's
Yeah.
all around,
greetings.
Oh, hold on, hold on.
Hello, hello.
Hold on. Oh,
Welcome,
Dr.
Salam
R.
Abu.
Dr. R, thank you for calling in. Dr. R, let me ask you this. Are not Africans? And also, can you be a Pan-Africanist? If you don't do it like Kwame Nkrumah did, marrying a North African in the hopes of uniting the continent. Go.
Well, greetings everybody. Well, I don't really care about who Nkrumah married, since I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm a Pan-Somaliist.
Yeah.
But you can be a Pan-Africanist, because you have to remember the African continent's not homogeneous, and I don't really care who he married.
No,
That's
but
his business.
he's the but you do realize the reason why we're talking about this is because you've heard, even on this show here, where some Pan-Africanists have expressed, not only saying North Africans are not Africans, they even said Somalis are not Africans. You remember that?
Yes, I recall that.
Yeah, so there's a reason why we're having the conversation.
Yeah.
GH said, hey, Afridamus, Mugabe married a Ghanaian. But look at Mugabe was a fake Pan-Africanist. He was
Um.
no Kwame Nkrumah. Come on, GH, bring a
Yeah,
different
but he's only
example.
one. He's
Look
like
at,
one of like
yeah,
tons of them.
yeah. But
So
you see, in the beginning, he was a Pan-Africanist, but eventually he fell off. You see, so who knows? I mean, I don't know. I'm not implying or insinuating things, but hey, you know,
mm,
yeah. So Dr. R, you were saying, is Dr. R there?
Yes, yes, yes. Nkrumah, I don't really care who he married.
Hmm.
That's his business because Africa's not a homogeneous continent, but he can be a Pan-Africanist. But I want to also address the situation with Pan-Africanism. What only me talked about Islamophobia and certain, labeling certain Africans not African. It's problematic.
What, like, can you explain?
Like, I have to agree with some of what Only Me has said that, well, Pan-Africanism is the Boko Haram of Niger Congorism.
Yeah,
That's how I feel. And I believe that I can only speak as a nationalist. It does not benefit certain Africans to unite with Africans because the continent's already fragmented, unfortunately.
so do you think this brand of Pan-Africanism, which, I mean, they want the Somali women, okay? Let's make this clear, okay? Like, I'm not the one saying this. This topic has, like, have been repeated on these streets here, in different channels. They want to unite with Somalis, but they want the Somali women. What do you say to this?
Well, they should leave our women alone. And this is what I've spoken to my own people. The majority of them couldn't really care about Pan-Africanism because of how some of these African countries have backstabbed us. Like the majority of Somalis are in favor of uniting with all the other Somalis in the Horn of Africa. But I wouldn't mind trading with other African countries because you have to understand there's 1,000 tribes in Africa. And when it comes to immigration, I want my country to remain homogeneous. As Only Me said, we're not in big in numbers. And there's some Africans I do not want to unite with, unfortunately. We're
Yeah.
just too tribalistic. I'm being very honest here.
You
why
see,
can we not be? Why can we not be like just brothers working together and having one in one good common? Working towards that good common. Without all this, like, you have to marry me and I have to have babies with you, all these things. If I fall in love with you and I want to marry you, then that's the one thing. But some things are not gonna be happening. If you are not in my religion, that's not never gonna happen.
Well,
you
from an
know,
That's
ethnic, can I
this
say
is
something?
fantasization.
Can I say
Go.
something?
Sure.
First of all, Only Me, I have to let you know I am not religious. I'm an ethnocentric person, ethno-nationalist. I don't care too
Mm.
much about religion, but I believe that tribes should stick to their own kind. Like in Ethiopia, the Somali people don't even mix with other tribes. So what's the difference between a Somali and a Bantu? We don't mix with these people, and we don't mix with other Cushitic people. I'm being very
Yeah,
real about
we
it.
we we literally stay together in one little corner there. That's why we have they call it like homogeneous people because we have been. Oh yeah, Afridamus. One time I saw one of your videos. You were like wondering when they said like we have different ethnic groups in Horn of Africa that we are related, and you said how they relate and they still are homogeneous. I remember that video about Somalia you were talking about.
right.
These people, we are related. We are related. These people in language and family, but Somalis, they're like one tribe that just separated themselves on a corner because we live in the Horn, like all the way to the Horn, and we stayed there. So we did not mix too much after like we separated like 1,000 years ago or something like that. I don't know how
Y-
long we separated,
y-
but yeah, but we are
you know,
related by the genetic.
like me personally, right? I am perfectly okay with like Somalis being themselves because I want to be myself. So this sort of blue, like, even though I'm sitting there conducting it, it was weird to really hear people express this.
Yeah,
Like it was strange.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean,
I
listen,
think maybe
when we
you know, like if they want to fulfill the Kwame Nkrumah dream, what would you say to them?
look, this guy was like a person. If they want to fulfill that, they have to be acceptance. They have to respect people. They have to understand other people, and that's how you work with people. You understand? You have to understand the people you want to work with. You have to expand yourself a little bit. You have to expand your mind. He's expand his mind. I married an Egyptian just so that he can expand, like, you have to
Right.
do that. And you have to respect that culture. You have to respect these people. But
Hmm.
if you disrespect these people's belief and culture and everything else, then there's gonna be a big barrier. I'm sorry, but the wall is like too high, and that will not be a way to unite with people. That you want to have like forces, join forces, and all these things.
GH said, Afridamus, why you always talk about Somali women? I don't. I'm the host that talk about what people talk about. All right, James, welcome to the show. James, where are you calling from? James, unmute yourself. Can you hear me? James, are you there? Okay. So let's see. GH, no, GH, that's not the case. And you know this. You're just pretending not to know. Because if you listen to yesterday's conversation, you would know exactly what was said and how it was said. So
Mm.
all I'm doing here is uniting people with the truth instead of dividing them with the lies. Um,
And why did they always take to offense when you like talk about the truth? Somebody was saying to you, you are always with people who are non-black. Who is non? You know what I'm saying? Why
but
is it
but
always
what
when
I'm
you talk
saying,
about?
why is that even, for instance, if the truth is the truth, why does it matter, who speaks it or
Mm-hmm,
who I speak it to? Why does it
mm-hmm,
matter? So I don't even care about some of, all this stuff they say. They will say this. It's just like
mm-hmm.
people tell you, oh, if Jesus were here, we'll be so nice to him. If he were here, they would crucify him again. Same people.
Yeah,
So let's not, I'm already aware of this. All right,
yeah.
we have James. James, did you fix your audio?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, James, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Virginia.
Virginia. Thank you for calling in. So, James, from what I've described here and seeing that Kwame Nkrumah is the father of Pan-Africanism, he's the template. He married a North African, but some of these Pan-Africanists claim North Africans are not Africans. In fact, they even said Somalis are not Africans. But the person that they follow, and even the pro-blacks in America, like I gave example of Tariq, they all like the lighter skin. So I think they are uniting all Africans of all shades. What do you think it is?
Well, I literally just caught the show and I just joined. But so you're saying, are you asking me about this whole Pan Africanist idea?
Well, yeah, well, you know how the Pan-African is, I don't know if you're familiar with how they say not Africans are not Africans. So they're basing it on skin color. So the Somalis are lighter too, so they try to say
Right.
Somalis are not Africans, but clearly we all know they are.
Yeah,
So
they agree that they are.
so I'm saying from the pattern, I showed Kwame Nkrumah, Yaya Jammeh in the Gambia, who also he married a Moroccan. They have a mixed Moroccan. So I'm asking, can you truly be a Pan-Africanist if you don't follow this template?
Oh, so he married a woman who was mixed.
Yes, like a mixed woman. Yes.
Oh, so you're asking me, can he really be Pan-Africanist if he was
No,
married?
not them. If you, because these people have proven themselves to be Pan-Africanists. They are the example. They are the template.
Mhm.
So can you be a Pan-Africanist and not be like them if they are the ones you're coding? That's my question.
I mean, from an American point of view, anyone who has, and this may sound ignorant to some, but anyone who has black in them is still technically considered black. Like, for instance, light skinned
You
people
know
in
what,
America.
James,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm glad you're going into that angle. Explain that, because I want people to understand like where you're coming from the American point of view also. Go for it.
Well, from the American point of view, pretty much anyone who has black in them would identify as black and is black. Because one thing's for sure, they're definitely not going to be considered white by white people.
Okay.
So,
So you would consider Somalis black?
yes,
right?
absolutely.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Can a biracial person, can they not just be biracial? Do they have to be
Oh,
mixed
well,
and black or white? Like, could they not just be a biracial people?
like,
Well,
if you
he's
like,
giving
take
you
this
the
person.
I mean, I know the
definition.
American one drop rule, but is that even effective right now in America?
Well, realistically
Yes.
speaking,
Yes.
okay. Well, realistically speaking, a person who is like, let's say, lighter skin, let's say they had a black father and a white mother. Technically, yes, they're biracial,
They're
but
mixed.
most light skinned people in America wouldn't just say, "Hey, I'm biracial." They would just identify with the black side of them, because the black, from American point of view at least, the black gene is
It's
more dominant.
dominant.
So you're just black. You're not just, even though you have white in you, it would be it's seen as a form of self-hatred. If a Put it like this, it's seen as a form of self-hatred from the American point of view if a light-skinned person
But
identifies.
James, let me ask
Yeah,
you this. So James, let's
yeah,
say Egyptians, right? Like Kwame Nkrumah's wife, you see the picture.
right.
What would you consider her to be?
Black.
Black?
Yeah, black without a doubt.
Okay, but you do realize in America they consider Egyptians Caucasians
By who?
by the white people.
Yeah, okay, by white.
What I
Okay,
mean
from white.
on paper they are called Caucasian, but they don't get, clearly Caucasians know that they are not white.
Right.
But
Exactly.
can I give a definition of Caucasian?
Well, go for it, Dr. R.
From what I know from what is a from what I know from Caucasian or Caucasoid is someone that has like their skull and phenotype. It doesn't mean their skin color, because in America Caucasian means white.
No, in
in
America,
science,
no, Dr. R, I understand what you're saying, but we're going by what people go by.
Yeah,
Like
because
no, but
every person
in
who just
America,
said it.
Caucasian means white. I know that in
right.
America
But
it
the
means white.
regular
But
person doesn't know that though.
So you
People
see,
looking at
like,
white people don't know that they're just like for the regular average person, you
yeah.
can tell a white person by.
So the reason why, like, okay, James, okay, I like James's point of view. James is giving you the dynamic of America, how people see it. So
Yeah,
American,
even Sudan is considered Caucasian in America.
yeah,
Sudan,
American
Egypt,
Pan-Africanist,
North
right?
Africa. Yeah.
How can because an American Pan-Africanist would consider not Africans to be black, despite
Exactly.
what to be black.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
but the African ones, the Niger Congo ones, see North Africans as not being black. Sean, can you elaborate on that? Like, are you like are you confused by that?
You talking to me?
Yes. Sorry, James.
From
I'm
a,
calling
so
you Sean from Sean was
okay,
here
so
earlier.
you're asking me from
Sorry
the
about that.
no, it's fine, it's fine. But you asked me from the perspective of a like someone who's from the so basically darker skinned Africans, right? That's basically what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
They're not so Somalian people are not considered black to those people, right?
Right.
I mean, I can see why they would say that because there's a I won't say war, but I'll say like a disdain for a darker skinned person or a phenotype of a person who is darker skinned. So that natural response
No,
to
but
that
you
would be
see,
even denying them.
but you
Okay.
see here, right? The reverse is what is happening. What I'm saying, you know, dark skin people from dark skin area of my Africa,
Right.
black skin, sounds like they're the ones that have the disdain and saying, no, if you don't look like us, you are not considered black or African.
But
Right.
what is black and African? Because
That's
Africa is made up of no. But
right.
let me finish, right? Yeah, like I can say, for example, that I am more indigenous to Africa than a Black American person or Caribbean because a lot of them are
Yeah,
mixed. They
but
don't
you
look
see,
African to me.
but you see a
I can
West
I can say that, for example.
right, but the Pan-Africanist West Africans will see James here, who's American, as being more African than you.
They're more
Exactly.
African
That's
than
what.
me, but Black Americans have got European DNA, and a lot of them
But
are
Yeah,
more lighter than.
but
Let
the
me
West.
finish. Let me finish. Can I
Hold
finish?
on, wait,
They're more
hold on.
lighter than your average Somali.
But West
Black
Africans
Americans are
don't
more.
care. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. The West Africans,
They don't
majority,
care about that.
they don't care
Mhm.
about that.
It's just a phenotype.
Yes, they go
As
by the
long as you,
phenotype.
yeah, if
If
you
you
have a
look like
certain look
them, yeah.
and certain hair texture, then that makes it. They even claim the Aborigines now to be also black. I mean,
but I mean,
yeah.
when I think about it though, there's always been a war or discrimination against a darker skinned, big lip, bigger nose person. So this whole thing about I guess darker skinned Africans not accepted Somalians because they're not really all the way black, so to speak. I mean, it that there is a disdain there, but it's like in America between darker skinned people and lighter skinned people. A lot of dark skinned people have a sort of a hate for lighter skinned people, but that's
Right.
only because of
Well,
the oppression darker skinned people are faced against the lighter ones.
well,
Not
this
light skinned people per se,
exists.
but white people.
Like this exists in pretty much all cultures, even like Asia. So
Yeah.
darker skin is associated with the people that work outside,
I
So even during, like you read about American plantations, the darker
Like it's
skin
negative,
people,
yeah.
like the people that look like me would be the ones, being out
Outside of the
there,
field. Exactly.
out in the field. So,
Right.
if only me was there, she would be serving master the tea. You see what I'm saying?
Right. She'd be in the house. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. So
um,
like I understand that part, but now what I'm saying is I see the reverse. Where do you think, because of over time, how everybody, usually the darker skinned black African is who's represented as slave and all this, so now black Africans have the consciousness and understanding, so instead of using that power, they are just hating anything that is light skin. Do you think that's what is going on?
Unfortunately, some of
Afrikaans,
those Africans. Can I respond?
Hmm?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to mention the Africans, but unfortunately, some of those Africans in some parts of Africa have been brainwashed to the core by the colonialists.
Like when you say brainwash, like what do you mean?
Well, colonialists did not really. How can I put this? They How can I put this?
But you know what's interesting about this?
Because
you know,
for
I
I
really, I
mean, I
really
don't know
don't
if
even
you're
think it is more the skin color. To be honest, I think it
You
has
think it's
also more
culture?
with the phenotype to do. You understand? Yeah, I can have like a dark skinned person, and she has very soft hair, and she has like very keen
But no one would
features,
doubt that
and
person's blackness, though. That's the thing.
Exactly, that person will not be seen black. But then you can have a very very light person, and then she could have a typical African features, and she will be seen black. So I think it's not skin color per se. It's more of the skin
Do you
color
think it's
and the
culture?
phenotype. The phenotype, more phenotype. I think it has more phenotype to do with,
Huh.
because if you see like a light skinned black person with broad hair or kinky hair and broad nose and kinky hair and so on, African features, that person will be still considered black, right?
Right.
Where
From
you see
American
a
point of
dark
view,
skinned woman with very soft hair and keen features, she's not considered really black because of the phenotype
that's
that she
not
has.
true.
Doesn't
Not from an American point of
Hmm.
view, it's not. She would definitely be considered black. And any dark-skinned
But
person in America is definitely
hold on,
black.
America
James.
is a
Wait,
little bit different
James.
though.
James,
Yeah.
are you
James, I've got a
familiar with?
question.
Hold on, Doctor. 1 second, James. You know Tyrese, right?
You said who?
Tyrese.
Tyree.
The Tyrese, the singer Tyrese.
You talking about the baby boy?
Yeah, baby boy
Oh,
Tyrese.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Tyrese.
Remember when Tyrese I mean he married the wife that he married, the light
Okay,
skinned one. I guess they're
right,
having a divorce, right?
right. Yep,
He
yep.
posted on social media, he said, "Me and my black queen." And black women went crazy. They were like, "How dare you, call her black queen?" People were just dragging her through the mud. But then these same people on social media accepted Meghan Markle as being black
Meghan Markle.
because she married a white man, right?
And
But a
Obama.
black man marries, a mixed race
Mm-hmm.
woman, she's not accepted as black. So the black thing is
That's just.
interchangeable.
I
It's
mean,
interchangeable. It depends on,
it depends.
like, how
Yeah,
do we know, like this Pan-Africanist, they don't talk about Kwame Nkrumah marrying,
Egyptian.
Egyptian. This never comes up. They somehow just leaves this, they always leave it out of the conversation. How come? Like, what's there to
And Sheikh
hide?
Diaz was on that. Was he also not married to a white woman? Sheikh Diaz. I don't know his name. The
Who,
professor, the doctor.
oh, say Anta Job.
Yeah. Was he not
Yes,
married to a white lady?
yes, that's what I'm saying. And even like
Mm-hmm.
Guinea right now, Guinea, the military leader there, the one that did the coup, his wife is a white woman. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand what is happening here.
well,
But
okay. Well,
let's allow more Solomon also to say a few words. Solomon, welcome to the show. Where are you calling from?
Hi. I'm calling from. I currently live in England, and I'm also Somali.
Somali.
Yeah,
Solomon, thank you for calling in. So Solomon,
yeah,
okay. I don't know if you've seen my other programs, but
yeah.
let's speak.
I've seen. Yeah, I've
Okay,
seen a few. Yeah,
so Solomon, as far as what I'm describing here, because the Pan-Africanists, they
yeah,
flip-flop, but they would say not Africans are not
yeah.
Africans, and they would even say Somalis are not. But they want
Can
this.
you
They want the
can you
Somali
give me two
women.
seconds? I'm gonna
Oh,
do
no, wait.
something.
Let me finish. You'll come to
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So I'm asking the question: if they're going by the template, like Kwame Nkrumah being the father of Pan-Africanism, he has an Egyptian wife. Do you think
I've
these
never
people are
seen.
trying to live that dream? So therefore they have to shame and submit Somalis to allow them to give them the Somali women. What do you think?
So, is his wife that woman you put up on the screen
Um.
about 30 minutes ago?
No, no. This is for. Hold on. This question is for more Solomon. Go ahead, Solomon.
Okay. Let's start with the Pan-African Africanism thing.
Yeah.
You already know that a lot of Somalis are they don't they don't exactly just like stick with the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Even if you go to Somalia and you call a Somali black, they're gonna be fully against it.
Oh,
The new
really?
gener, huh?
Like you mean if you what do you mean if you call them black?
You see, what's it called? I've been listening to the Somali people that you have on here, and like I could tell that what's it called? Some of them never went back home, or what's it called? They're probably dysphoria. I've lived in Somalia for quite a while,
Okay.
especially the northern Somaliland,
Mhm.
which is basically north. But yeah, what's it called? A lot of Somalis, if you call them black, then they're gonna be against it. They don't consider themselves black.
What do they consider themselves to be?
I mean, they only consider themselves to be Somalis.
Okay, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so
that's what only me and Dr. R also have always said.
yeah. So if you say to them
Mo, can I
anything
respond
else,
to you? Can I respond to you?
no, you can respond. You respond in a bit. And what's it called? This
Yeah,
brother
carry on.
mentioned African Americans having what's it called? Considerable white DNA. How about the fact that Somalis have a considerable Arab DNA? Do you have any answer for that? And you're gonna say that some people have 100% Somali DNA, but that only goes back 2 generations. Where the hell do we get this Arab DNA? And
Do
see,
you have a Arab DNA? Do you have a Arab DNA?
me when I did the DNA test, yes, 20%.
Yeah,
Where does
okay,
that come
you
from?
have. Yeah, I don't
Yes.
know. Then you should ask your
Yeah.
mother
So
that.
there's
But I don't
so
have.
many
But I
unanswered
don't
questions.
have. No, but I don't have an
Yo,
Arab
Mo,
DNA.
can I
Yeah, but then
respond to you?
again, do you know
I'm
the
from the
DNA
same
test
Because
only
you
region.
goes
have
back
an
2
Arab
Mo, I'm
generations?
DNA
from.
doesn't mean that I have.
But do you know okay, let me finish. Do you know that the DNA test for Somalis only goes back 2 to 3 generations? Meaning not too far long ago.
No.
Mo,
When we are
I'm from the
talking
same
about,
region
when we
as
are
you, and
talking
what
about
you're preaching is
20
rubbish.
and me,
No, what
20
you're
me,
preaching is rubbish. You're trying to say that
no,
what's it called?
yeah.
Somalis consider themselves black. No, the dysphoria, only a few people from the dysphoria consider themselves black.
So,
We need to
Where
tell the
did I,
truth.
yo, Mo,
wait. So
Mo,
Mo Solomon. So
Yeah,
Mo Solomon, you are here. You're supporting. You are agreeing with two Niger.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with some of the
Interesting.
things that he says. The fact that
Okay.
Somalis consider themselves Somalis and not black.
Okay.
Even most dysphoria
Exactly. Nobody
from
said
Somalia
everybody white
consider
people.
themselves only Somali.
But so some
Yeah.
people are saying they say they're
We
Arabs,
said the same thing
but
too. I
only
mean,
me have always
I
said
consider
they are
myself
not.
huh?
Only me and Dr. R they've maintained that they
yeah.
are not Arabs. They've maintained that.
No.
Yeah, we're not Arabs. We're not Arabs. We're just
Okay.
Somali.
Exactly.
I'm
Okay.
gonna stick with
Exactly.
only we're just Somali.
Mo, what's your
Exactly.
point
That's
you're
what we are
trying to make?
sticking with. We are also saying the same thing that you're saying right now.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, look, black in Africa, everybody goes after their tribes. As I stated before, we don't go around calling ourselves black,
Right.
Yeah.
because we are majority, anyways, the same
You
people.
talk
So
about your tribe,
no,
like where I'm from. They will
yeah,
ask
I'm
you.
Somali. I will say though, if I go to Kenya, I'm Somali. If I see some Kikuyu, they will be Kikuyu. They will not be black. You understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
for
So
the
everybody has their own tribe, and we
yeah,
don't see each other as the same tribes. You
No,
know,
you see,
that's
in Gambia, if I tell somebody my last name, like typical Gambian, I don't even have to tell them what tribe. They would know right away what tribe I belong to. So by like my last name is unique to my tribe. So if I say it, you would know right away.
I
So
think with Somalis, I think it's Somalis a bit different. It's not so much as the last name. I think it's more of a dialect. You'll know where the Somali's from, either from the north or south. If you from just the dialect alone.
yes, just a dialect.
Yeah,
It's
we have different dialects. So if you're from
same,
the north,
same language but different dialect.
so
This is every
yeah,
country like that.
so
Though.
Mo
Yeah.
Solomon. So you say
yeah,
you agree with some of the things that two Nigerians said. So
yeah.
So what
the
do you think that
Pan-Africanists, they
marrying
wanted
a
to
Somali
marry
woman
the
especially?
Somali
See,
women. What do you say about that?
I say I'm against it because I think, see, everybody look. I don't know if it's just me that's noticed this, but a friend of mine who's also noticed this. I think that this whole Africanism thing is, for me, there's no better word to describe it for me than bullshit, because a lot of these so-called black men that are for Pan-Africanism don't want to marry their own women. They don't. I've seen it. They got some internalized hate. They want to.
What do you mean? Like they don't want to marry? So you're saying they have internalized hate and
Yeah,
they're just
because they
hiding?
don't. They don't.
They're
Yeah, I'll
hiding
clarify.
behind. They're hiding behind Pan-Africanism.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
I
clarify.
can see that.
like who?
Uh,
Give me an example. Like who? Who are you
I'll
talking
give you an example. What's it called? The brother you just talked about, that married an Egyptian woman.
Who,
Because there's
Kwame
no
Nkrumah?
yeah.
You think Kwame Nkrumah did it for self-hate?
There's no other way to describe it. He considered himself Pan-African, right?
Yeah, but you see, Kwame Nkrumah didn't speak on race. That's what's weird to me. Like people,
But again, in a time where
he didn't
Mo, I want
think
to respond. You
he
know what's
didn't
even
think he
funny?
didn't
Like
speak in terms of race. He spoke in terms of nation. He saw people
okay,
as the same.
Yeah, nation
but
building,
okay, this
Nation.
is what I'm gonna
bridges,
say.
making
This is
bridge,
what I'm gonna, huh?
He
making a
didn't speak.
bridge. I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
yeah. He didn't speak in terms of race. He
See,
spoke
but
okay,
in terms of
can I give you an
I'll give you an
analogy?
example of somebody that I know, somebody that was clearly Pan-Africanist that I know. What happened is this brother was Pan-Africanist. I believed him for a bit because this guy preached like no other. And what happened is he used to talk about what's it called? Don't marry outside of your own people. You should marry your own people. He talked about wealth and how to pass wealth to his own people, the black
Oh, you
people.
talking about, is it Dr. Omar?
Oh no, that guy's different. He also preaches about that, but I'm talking about somebody that I know from my experience.
Yeah, Dr. Omar is allergic to
Yeah, and I
different skin
actually agree
color.
what he says, because some of the, at least he sticks with the ideals. I agree with him because the points that he makes.
You think he's real?
I think so, yeah, because
What?
but Dr. Omar, I think what he says is real.
Wait, you think Dr. Umar is real and you question,
No.
Kwame Nkrumah?
What I mean by real is he sticks with his ideals. He sticks with what he believes.
Okay.
The other Pan-Africanists that I've seen, from with my own eyes, are flip-flops, because there's two people that I know that are Pan-Africanists, and they both married white women.
Huh, but more, how can you explain? Okay, we have people who say they're Pan-Africanist.
No. For me, it's not about the idea of Pan-Africanist. It's the people that are hiding behind the idea of Pan-Africanist. Like you said.
Okay.
A lot of black men are hiding behind the ideals of Pan-Africanist, but they always end up going against what they believe.
So more, are Somalis homogeneous?
Yeah. But
okay.
There's a lot of questions, but yeah.
Yeah, you know that Somalis Qabil married their own Qabil and so on for centuries. This is Qabil means only clan.
You guys got like Qabila.
Clan, yeah, exactly. Clan married their clan for centuries and centuries and centuries. This is very normal for the Somalis. Yes.
So,
but
now, more. Did I hear you try to say?
Yeah, but it's not just us. You know that, right?
But more. Did I hear you insinuate that you guys like you have Arab? Is that what Arab in you?
No, just a random question that popped up there. Where does that come?
Okay.
Other than that, I kind of agree with that. We're homogeneous. The fact that what's it called? We only stick with our own people, which is true.
Okay. All right. Well, let's allow Dr. R. Go ahead, Dr. R.
Mo, I know you're from the same Qabila as me, and I'm gonna say this to you. You should research the history of our country. We've been around.
Oh, you know what?
What Qabila are you?
No, I'm going to get later, but
go ahead, Dr. R. Go ahead, Dr. R.
He's from the north.
Who's got the noise?
Hey.
Go ahead, Dr. R.
But Mo, I'm just gonna tell you right here. You do realize we are ancient people that goes back thousands of years. You need to do research onto the Pontic Somalis. History. If you are the Pontites and the Maccabeans, there's ancient
100%.
people.
I know about history. Yeah.
But my point is, right, yeah, I'm saying is, do you think Pan-Africanism is made for the Somali people, since the majority of Somalis would support pan-Somaliism, because Pan-Africanism is just alien to us. And I don't know about other Africans if Pan-Africanism is alien to them, because Africa, I said this many times, was never a united continent, and Africa's a massive
I agree
continent.
with this, never united. Yeah. See, with the Pan-Africanism, yeah, I kind of agree with what you said. If you describe Pan-Africanist to a Somali, it's kind of alien to us. No, not too many Somalis have heard of it. Yeah, we know what we know. The fact that we Somalis relate everything with deen. You know that, right? We relate everything
And
with
Pan-Africanists are
religion.
hypocrites, and you do. And I want to add something about the Pan-Africanists. There, you said something about Islamophobia. I do see them as Islamophobic, and
You
they
know
don't.
what?
And they have an issue with some Africans. I'll give an example of Somali history. When Somalia gained independence in the '60s, we had
yeah.
issues with our neighbors. There was African Union conference in the '60s, and when Somalia told all these African countries about the situation with our
Let's talk
neighbors,
about
Kenya and
Yeah.
Ethiopia, the
Pan-Africanist right now,
majority,
guys.
can I just finish here? The majority sided with these two countries, said for the reason was we do not want to mess up the unity of Africa, and they also were afraid of ethnic conflict, ethnic separatism in their country. That's why they sided with these two countries. The Pan-Africanists stabbed Somalia in the back many times, but I'm not going to
So
go into that today.
Yeah,
hold
yeah.
on. We have Benja the Samo. Benja, welcome to the show. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Angola.
You calling
Can you
from
hear me?
Yes, we can. You're from Angola?
No, actually, right now I'm in Portugal. I'm not in Angola.
All right. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, thank you.
Benja, so my question is, right? So you are from the Niger Congo area, we would say, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So I notice because people preach Pan-Africanism and it's strong with people from the Niger Congo area. And I'm equating these people, their ideology, to the English thinking of Boko Haram. Oh, can you be a Pan-Africanist if you're following the footsteps of Kwame Nkrumah? If you're following him without marrying a woman from the north, can you be a real Pan-Africanist?
Um, Actually, I don't think so. It
You
doesn't
don't
make
think?
any. No, no, no. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Like I honestly, I don't know. Like actually the history of Kwame Nkrumah. I know a little bit,
Mhm.
but it's very similar to the first president that we have in modern era. It's
In
called August
Angola?
in Angola. Yes, called Agostinho Neto. He
Okay.
was kind of Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanist. He was kind of the same thing of Kwame Nkrumah, and he
So it's
married,
kind of like a communist type thinking.
yeah, communist type thing like Patrice Lumumba in
Uh-huh.
Congo, Kwame Nkrumah. You know what it is. Yes, and he married a white woman as well.
He married a white woman,
Yeah, for
and
sure, like a
and
Portuguese one.
he was preaching African unity, I bet,
Yeah,
right?
for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Those are
Wow.
hypocrites, really hypocrites. You cannot be a Pan-Africanist, and at the same time marry like
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he's right.
See,
man.
See,
A
it's
white.
yeah,
It
it's like
doesn't
what I
make
said.
any sense. Like the for me, the core of a society, like is a woman. Like is the woman
You
the
see,
core of society? Like is the most important thing that we
so
have in the
Benja,
society. Yes.
Let me ask you this: Did you see yesterday's show?
What was like the subject?
Well, we were talking about Gaddafi being the undisputable king of, the Pan-Africanist king of Africa, the guy that achieved his dream. But then we brought some Pan-Africanists on, these are staunch Pan-Africanists. Then it shifted to they want to, they are upset that Somalis do not let them marry their woman. So I noticed that these guys never complain to say, oh, Nigeria don't let us marry their woman, or Congo don't marry. They only go for the light skin area of Africa.
that's
Are
my
you
point, brother.
surprised? Are you surprised to hear this?
Mm,
Are you talking
not.
about
I'm
the?
not. I'm not really surprised because I think like um I think this really came with the colonialism, came with colonialism, and it came with the culture of Black America.
Wait,
Like
wait,
the
you said the colonialists came with Black American culture?
no, 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 no. It came with the
Okay.
colonialism, and right now, you know, it's it's coming from Black America, like the light think,
Okay.
like
Can
the
you
light.
What's
explain,
coming from Black America?
like when you say it's coming from Black America, you mean the type of thinking they want to export now, instead of through the white man, they do it through Black America?
Yes, for sure. You can see it in the. I don't know if you listen to the rap music.
Yeah, I do.
You
I
Yeah.
know.
know,
I know.
they,
Okay.
they, they always put like rap music right now is the pop music,
Mhm.
like the real pop music. Everyone like listen to the, even the rednecks listen to the rap music, and they always put in the pedestal like the light ones, like
The
Yeah, but
light
you
skin.
said something's
the
coming
light
to.
black
You
ones.
said something's coming to.
So
What's
even
coming to
in
America? Like, what
Africa,
is it?
we listen a lot to the American music, like, and we internalize this type of programming.
Yeah.
This is a programming. They are programming our minds. So, and we start think like, because when we talk about like the beauty is subjective. Like,
So you think these people, because even before we even say American rap music programming, Kwame Nkrumah was before rap programming. I even showed the picture there, Yaya Jammeh in Gambia.
mm,
He also say
okay,
he's Pan-Africanist. You see, his wife is from North Africa too. So
I,
all
I
the
didn't.
Pan-Africanists, they seem to have white wife, something closer to white or white.
Yeah, I just
Oh,
saw a
now
picture of
I
Kwame's wife.
think
I did not know she was all the way white.
who?
I just saw a picture of his wife just now. That is definitely a white woman. I didn't know she was white. But yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know Kwame or what's his name.
Kwame Nkrumah and
Yeah,
Yaya
his
Jammeh.
wife is
So
definitely white. I did not know.
no, she's Egyptian.
She looked like I'm looking at a picture of her right now, but she definitely don't look black. Yeah,
You
she's
say black.
definitely she looks white. She doesn't look black.
You see, that's what I meant from earlier about as the brother talked about for yesterday. He gave us like a preview of what happened yesterday with the Pan-Africanists.
Right.
What's it called? Saying that they wanted to marry Somali women. We don't let that
Right.
happen. The reason why is Somali men are protective of our women. We don't just let them marry
But
anybody.
you don't. But what I'm trying to like, you don't need to say you're Pan African just to go marry light skinned women. If you want to marry light
Exactly
skinned
my
women,
point,
just go
brother.
marry light skinned women.
Exactly, my brother.
Is
Brother,
that
that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. They hide behind Pan-Africanists. A
okay?
lot of these black Pan-Africanists, they're not truly Pan-Africans, brother. They're not. That's
They
a
just
lie.
Yeah,
fake.
yeah,
They
Hold
yeah. I
on.
see what you mean.
I
Yeah.
think
they have eternal lives.
hold on. Benja wants to say something. Go ahead, Benja. And then we have Dr.
I,
Polymath.
I really think that most of Pan-Africanists, they are like self hating like men. You
Exactly.
know,
So Benja, do you guys have
they
this
really want to be
Pan-Africanist idea
another
there?
thing else. You know,
Benja,
but
do you
yeah,
guys have a lot of Pan-Africanists in Angola too?
in Angola,
Yeah.
yes, we have, and now with this new generation, we are having like the youngsters. Some youngsters, it's not a lot, but some youngsters are are taking the movement in Angola.
Hmm.
Yes,
Okay.
but it's very early, like it's very new
Well,
to a normal Angola.
hey,
You know,
Niger, Angola need your help. We have Dr. K. Dr. K, welcome in the house. Dr. K, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Thank
So,
you.
Dr. K, thank you for calling in. So, Dr. K, I don't know if you've heard yesterday's program, which inspired today's. Um, do you believe that not Africans are Africans? And can you be a real Pan-Africanist if you don't follow Kwame Nkrumah's template? Floor is yours.
Yeah, so North Africans are obviously African because they're on the continent of Africa,
Mhm.
but they don't share the same experience as us. When they
Like,
go,
what do you mean? They were colonized just like us,
Mm,
all those countries. Um, So when you say experience, can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So if an Egyptian man, let's say if someone from the south, he may even look like a black person, right? When he goes to America, he was classified as white. So he actually didn't go through the segregation the way that other
Who
Africans
was?
do. Sorry?
Who
Like
was?
what
Who was that?
you said if they come to America.
America, they were classified as white, regardless of their skin color. So even if the dark ones were classified as white.
Yeah,
So
but you know, even Mexicans, they classified as Caucasian. But do you you know, like that's just paper. Nobody
no,
sees them.
because
Nobody
it
nobody
actually had
sees them.
real
Nobody
effect. So actually, if they applied to go, they could go eat in the white restaurants. They could apply for the same economic advantages.
wait.
Yes,
You said white restaurant, like
yes.
casual.
Mhm.
We you can go eat anywhere in any restaurant in
No,
America.
no. I'm talking about the past, like during
No,
segregation.
I want to, you know,
Okay.
like, okay, even in the past, right? There was a Mexican, because Mexicans are classified as Caucasian. You know, there's a popular court case on this where the lawyer, a Mexican lawyer, had to go through the back door, you know, the black section, the black door where it says he couldn't go through where it says Caucasian. So I think they just put this on numbers to inflate the white who is classified as white, but they don't receive the white treatment. Even during segregation in the South, they did not receive that treatment.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So
because I'm not gonna see a Honduran or Mexican and think, you know, like the Amarillo Indians and say they're white. They don't look white at all.
right. But the difference between Mexicans and North Africans is they weren't just classified as Caucasian; they're also classified as white, as in actual white. So they legally they will receive.
No, they have the same classification in America.
Okay.
But not
Yeah,
I'll have
all North Africans are white. There's different types of clans in North Africa that have black people in it.
right.
yeah,
Dr.
but
Yeah.
Kaiser, have you seen this? I posted.
yes. So yep, I've seen that. Yeah, so the point here that I'm making, I guess, is people see like West Africans as black, people see some East Africans as black, and South Africans as black. But North
But
African,
Dr. Kaiser, what is black?
See,
Because
the
to me,
whole
black is a skin color.
okay, you know what? So let me classify what
look,
black is, because I think
Can,
it's black. What people see as black is basically someone with a brown to dark skin with
But
a form of
Kaiser,
yeah.
Kaiser,
Go
for
ahead.
the sake of this conversation, since it's Pan-Africanist, you know, they don't go with the science. So let's just go with what the Pan-Africanists stick with, which is they said, hey, this X region is not African, but they ignore, you know, Kwame Nkrumah. They don't want to bring up the fact that Kwame Nkrumah married a not African. I wonder why that is. Like, what do you think the reason is? They would say these people are not Africans, but they would also not mention that Kwame Nkrumah married a not African. What do you think that is about? And also, since you're from East Africa, they also want to marry the Somali women. Speak on that as well.
Okay. So when it comes to that one, I think they want to hide away what they feel is a failure. So if we go through the facts, Kwame Nkrumah didn't finish his PhD, and what his professor said about him is interesting to talk to, but he's not
Yeah,
very credible.
but Kwame Nkrumah is probably he's more smarter and more renowned than his professors that have PhD. The PhD here is not that important. It has absolutely no meaning. You think people with PhD are smarter than Kwame Nkrumah? It's just a
No,
paper.
but I
But
think he was impatient. So that kind of goes to some.
but
Now in terms of
if he knows more than the quote unquote PhD, like why does he need to be there? Like he's already ahead of that. But keep going.
yeah. So I was really talking about his patience, but yeah, if it comes to Pan-African, yeah, I do think they're in love with East African women, and obviously they want to get East African women. Obviously, who wouldn't? Some of them look very beautiful, and the truth is though, look, there are not all races are created equal, right? If you can't compare some East African tribes to some West African
Who's
tribes,
got the noise?
it's the one in the middle.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you can't really compare some of the beauty of women from some tribes than others, right? You're not going to compare like an Aboriginal woman.
Wait. So,
Mhm.
are you saying that he couldn't find a beautiful Ghanaian woman? He had to go to Egypt?
I don't even think that woman is beautiful. I think in Kwame's case, it's something else. I think that's just more to do with wanting to reduce the blackness in his gene line, as proven by his kids who also married white people from Italy.
But what proof do you have?
His kids married Italians.
But that's not proof enough. Like, you do realize after they deposed him, they deported them back. They deported them to Egypt to make sure they sever their tie with Ghana. So, have you taken that into consideration?
Right. So I have, but you see, even if they went to Egypt, they could have married an Egyptian, but they went straight to as white as possible by going to Europe and marrying Italians.
Italians are about same skin tone as most Egyptians.
No, I've seen. If you go to darker,
Italians are not even white. They, because the Moors were there, the Arabs conquered that area. They were there for 800 years around Spain. They were mixed with them over time. So
if you go to Egypt, South Egypt, brother, you're gonna see a lot of Afars there, and they're a Cushitic family group like the Somalis. So go to south of Egypt, you're gonna see a lot of Afars.
You're gonna see a lot dark.
You're gonna see a lot of people that look very similar to Somalis, like Afars. You're gonna see a lot of them. I've been there, so I've seen them.
You're gonna find Nubians.
Hold on, Dr. K.
Yeah, you're gonna find Nubians as well. Yeah.
Hold on, Dr. K. What would you say? Like Dwayne Jones said, Nkrumah. He said Kwame Nkrumah wanted his kids to look like Edo's blacks. That's why he went to Egypt. Do you think he's got a point?
No, I think that he just wanted them to look less black, not like Ados, but
No. I don't think so. You know what? I'll let Kwesi speak on this. Kwesi, welcome to the show. Kwesi, what do you want to say on what we're talking about here?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that Kaiser's wrong on this one. Nkrumah was a hardcore Pan-Africanist. So basically, what happened was that he wanted to unite the whole of Africa under his presidency, under his leaderships. And he basically got Guinea-Bissau, Zambia. I'm trying to think of the ones in Sub-Saharan Africa before I go on over. He got Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Zambia, Ethiopia, and several more, and even countries like
you mean Guinea-Conakry? He had Guinea-Conakry, not Bissau.
Guinea-Bissau, both of them, and basically,
did he have Bissau too?
Yeah, he had Bissau, and basically, not only
Amilcar, you're right, Amilcar.
Yeah, not only did he wanted to unite Africa under one leadership, he realized he had to get the North Africans on board, and the only way for him to be the president of Africa, and he almost fulfilled the goal, but he was actually sabotaged by the Nigerian leadership.
Nigerians?
Yeah, he was sabotaged by the Nigerians. Remember, there was two.
Coups.
There was one was African Union, which was based in Monrovia, which was the one under American influence, which the Nigerians were in, and the other one was based in Casablanca, Morocco, the Union of African States, which was the one Haile Selassie and Kwame Nkrumah was in. Those were the ones that wanted to form Africa under one country, and the one in Monrovia was the one that was used by the Americans to sabotage Kwame Nkrumah's vision.
But at the time, wasn't Tubman? Wasn't he Pan-Africanist to the Black American government in Liberia?
They were under America's control. They were basically America's lapdog at the time.
But they severed tie with America back then, didn't they?
No, they did, but they didn't really. So the problem was there was the America versus Soviet Cold War.
Right.
So
Oh,
America,
okay. Yeah, you're right. But
America,
they were independent. The blacks in Liberia at the time they stopped taking directions from America. They wanted to be their own people.
they stopped taking direction from it, but they still had a colonized mindset. But I want to get back to
Okay.
answer kind of the point. Nkrumah married an Egyptian because he wanted to involve the North Africans in a one united Africa. And the only way to do that was marrying an Egyptian. So he didn't marry an Egyptian because he wanted to, dilute his bloodline, or I don't know, change his lineage or something.
Right,
But
lineage.
he
Okay.
thought if he was going to be the president of Africa, which was basically what he wanted, in order to get the North Africans on board, he had to marry a North African woman. So that's the reason. That's the main reason why he married an Egyptian woman, so he can convince the North Africans that we are one united
One.
Africa,
Yes.
and we can come together and form one Africa.
Question,
Yeah,
can I interject?
yeah, go on.
Like, imagine if Nkrumah was a Somali man, he would have married a Somali woman, but he would have still wanted to unite Africa. Like, he didn't have to prove his point to the North Africans.
Exactly, I was gonna say that.
No. In order to, if he's the president, imagine he's the president and his wife, his first lady, is a Ghanaian woman, and a lot of the leaderships around him are blacks. Then the North Africans are gonna feel that, right, we're being ruled over by a bunch of blacks from south of the Sahara. They may not be down with it. You feel me? So in order for him to, promote this multiculturalism or multiracial Africa united, he had to marry a North African woman. That's the reason why he married an Egyptian woman.
Brother, this is why I feel like what's it called? Some of the African countries are prideless. The fact that you have to even marry a woman from outside of your people so you can get other people to listen to you is very prideless.
No.
Even what I was gonna say is what's it called? The fact that he even married an Egyptian woman just so you can get the North Africans to listen is very prideless. He should marry his own woman and then still be at the center of attention. Still say that. Still preach what he believes in.
But more. But let's be real. What the idea that Kwesi is saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Like Dr. R also said, if he was a Somali,
yeah,
they will marry Somali and still unite.
Because we're prideful people, brother.
But if you show up with your Somali woman as a Pan-Africanist, right?
Yeah.
What Kwesi is saying, you show up, like you go to the north, maybe that's closer, but when you come to West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Gambia, those regions, you would have to do like Kwame Nkrumah did. Imagine this is like Black Africa, Black country. They're not gonna trust. Like if you want to capture their attention, if you marry one of their women, they would listen to you. Like you show up to, like from your country with, let's say, you said you're Pan-Africanist with your Somali woman. You're not going to capture people's attention in Ghana, Gambia, these places. But you marry one of the people that look like them and you look different, like Nkrumah did. I think,
But then, brother, I'm going to ask you a question. You said you guys are talking about Gaddafi being a Pan-Africanist. Did he marry a West African woman to prove his point?
What point?
Did Colonel Gaddafi marry a black woman to get the West Africans' attention?
He had money.
No, brother, it's all about presentation. If a West African,
he had money.
Yes, he did. But then that's another thing, because Colonel Gaddafi also cared about his country. He didn't sell it out.
So was Kwame Nkrumah.
Yes, he cared about his country, but the mistake he made for me was marrying an Egyptian woman. If he married his own woman and stood with his own principles, then people would have listened to him. That's what I felt like.
I wanted to answer more. Yeah, Kwame Nkrumah was succeeding at his plan of a one united Africa, but the Americans used the Nigerians to sabotage him and destroy his dreams of a one united Africa. It was basically the Nigerians that jinxed it.
Yeah,
that was the problem. But apart from when he married the Egyptian lady, he got all of the North Africans on board to agree with his vision of a one united Africa, and it was working until the Nigerians were used by the Americans to sabotage Kwame Nkrumah's dream. And yeah, that's basically what happened.
Are you saying Nigeria? Or Kwesi, you said Nigeria and then you said Liberia too. But Liberia was its own Pan-Africanist because
No. You see, there was during the movement for a one united Africa after the decolonization started. There was two groups that emerged. There was I think it's Union of African States or United States of Africa, which is the one Kwame Nkrumah and Haile Selassie were in. It was based in Casablanca.
right.
And then there was a second one called African Union, which is the one that went on to be the African Union we know today, which was stationed or headquartered
Addis
in
Ababa.
Monrovia. That's where the Liberians and the Nigerians, that's the group they were in. And it was that
Oh
group
yeah,
that was
okay.
used.
Okay. You know what? You're right. There was another group before Addis Ababa. You're right. I just thought about that.
Exactly.
That's
So it was
the Liberian one. That's the one the Nigerians were in.
that's the
You're
one.
right.
And the Americans used the Nigerians to sabotage Kwame Nkrumah's dream because Kwame Nkrumah got all enough African states on board. He pretty much got 70% of Sub-Saharan on board. So he was working towards achieving the aim, but the Americans used the Nigerians to sabotage him. So yeah, the Nigerians snaked it in it. That's basically
Yeah.
what happened.
Okay, we have Supergirl here. Supergirl, thank you for calling in. You guys know my wrench person moderator. Supergirl, thank you for calling in. What do you want to say?
Hi. I am here to represent North Africa. I have been waiting for this show.
Well,
Yes.
the show is here.
Okay, thank you. I actually have notes, and this is how much I've been waiting for the show. My background is my parents are Egyptian immigrants, and I was born and raised in the States. Shout out to Dwayne Johnson. He's the one in the chat that said, ask an Egyptian, do they call themselves Arab or African? Let me tell you, if you called my brother or my cousins an Arabic, they would an Arab, they would kick your teeth in. So that answers that question. And I will also say, did Egypt play in the Africa Cup of Nations? The answer is yes. Okay. So those are my two pieces of sort of, evidence, if you will. But I will also say, and everybody here knows this, certainly, Egypt is 90% Muslim, which means that everything is dictated by religion, not race, not color, not anything else. And so I think it's important to consider that fact as well, because maybe if you were to ask, just to be clear, my family is Christian, and they experienced some pretty extreme discrimination in Egypt because
So
of
you're
that.
Coptic.
My mom was Coptic, and my dad's father was actually a Protestant minister. So normally those two religions don't intermix, but they did, and here we are. So that being said, I only bring that up because perhaps the difference is, if you were to ask in Islamic Egyptian, do they consider themselves Arab or African? It is my understanding that their religion holds Arabs in high regard. I'm not well spoken to talk on that, but that's my understanding at this point.
Yeah,
So
So Supergirl. So is this new information to you to know that the father of Pan-Africanism, he took it upon himself to unite Africa. He married an Egyptian, as a sign to show that he is about the action. But then you hear, Pan-Africanists online saying Egyptians are not Africans, and they base it on race. Like, how does that sound to you? And knowing that the person that they said they follow actually did marry an Egyptian.
Well, it's quite shocking, to be honest with you. And I have been called a Becky in some of these spaces because they don't consider me part of the inclusive group, if you will. So the Africans call me Becky, the Black Americans call me a white girl, but then the white people call me a Black girl. So the reality is what, I think somebody said it earlier, like, what do we identify as? Okay. I do not agree with marking myself as a Caucasian on the US Census. That's not who I am. I am proud of who I am and what I look like and my heritage and my upbringing.
So do do
But
white
what are you?
do
though?
white people
What do you
see you
identify as?
as white or black in like
They're gonna
do they see you as white?
no, they would call me exotic or ethnic or the same treatment
Oh,
that so sorry, go ahead.
like a Mexican?
Yes, I've gotten that before as well.
Can I respond?
Hey, can I ask
Most Americans, some American people are listening are going to get offended, but most Americans are stupid when it comes to identity and race
Like
and
what do you
ethnicity.
mean? Like what do you mean?
How?
Because because most Americans are stupid because I'll tell you what a Negroid and a Caucasoid person is. A Caucasoid is someone by their phenotype and skull. They classify Africans as Caucasoid and Indians and those from Central Asia.
Your everyday person walking up and down the street doesn't know that. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, that's race. Like what I'm trying to say is you
with-
confuse race and identity. You mix race and identity together.
See, I agree with
but
Art
we know
because
what
if
we
you look
see.
at
I'm sorry to say this, but most Americans, most white and black Americans, are just stupid
no,
people in the new
I
world.
agree
Let me
with
finish.
don't call people
Most
stupid,
people
but I
in the
agree
new
with some
world.
of the points you make.
No, but let me finish it. People in the new world, it's not in the old world or Africa, but people in the new world are stupid. They don't know nothing about race. They think race is black and white. It's not.
But that's
That
the
is true,
standard.
but
That's the standard here. Like James was saying, the ordinary person on the street don't know this. Nobody's gonna try to break down like to say, the math. Like Supergirl is saying, Supergirl in America, even though they would classify you as Caucasian, would Caucasians when they see you, do they classify like ordinary people? Do they see you as white? Do people confuse and even say you're white?
No, that's not a thing. I mean, like I said before, there's ambiguity. Okay, I'll just use that word for lack of a better word. I also want to say I think
Supergirl,
that
do you by any chance look like Angela Merkel? The princess that became a prince from England. Do you guys look kind of alike? Like that skin tone, same hair. Is it like that?
perhaps we look like we could be related.
Okay, I got the picture.
But you're
Continue.
mixed.
Supergirl. I was gonna ask a question as well. See, there's different type of Egyptians. They look different. If you go to the southern parts of Egypt, they look darker. While if you go to another part, they look lighter. I'm correct, right?
Of course, yes.
And there's different type of ethnic groups within Masr or Egypt.
Yes.
And if you go, there's a lot of people. Have you heard of the Afars? There's a lot of them there.
Yeah, see, this is where, my history and a lot of these terms, I'm going to be honest with you, they're very new to me. And so I am interested in these spaces. I'm here to learn. And so a lot of times people question, again, my credibility. But let me tell you something. I was married to a Black American until he died almost 5 years ago. I am now engaged to a West African. So my interest in Africa is pure, and I'm here to learn from and about each other. The contention between groups and towards someone like myself, it's pretty shocking. And I'm again
it's not
here
shocking.
to just
It's not shocking. It's just the reality of it.
Yeah,
slavery was a real thing, and that's why people are the way they are.
See, that's another problem I was gonna say with
hold on, more.
Yeah.
More. I think sometimes people also forget about this. Do you think? I think. Okay, it's not only. I understand people tell, like Black Americans, for example, say get over slavery, right? But I don't think West Africans, most of them, even that know about slavery, I don't think they got over it. Do you guys think West Africans still hold grudges for being enslaved? Even
Well,
it's
that's a
not
good
only blacks
question.
in America. Like I think like even West Africans, generally people that are well aware, they would bring up slavery. Do you think African in West Africa, especially, people would ever get? Is this about the grudge about being enslaved?
See, this is what I would say. I kind of agree. Yes, they're not fully over being enslaved, and I've met some Nigerians, and let me say they're prideful people. And what I've learned from getting to know a Nigerian person myself is they're not fully over it. They said that what was done to West Africa was inhumane, and I think that they're not fully over it. A lot
But
of
Mo,
them.
can I interject?
They did
Yeah,
not
go on.
suffer slavery, did
Didn't
they?
they not sell their own people?
Right.
Some of
Yeah, I
them.
See,
mean, they
that's
were the
another
ones
thing.
doing the
Interesting.
selling.
But when you say sell people, not everyone did. There were several specific people that did it. Imagine they
But can
sold. They
Afrikaans,
sold.
can I add
Wait,
something quickly before I
hold
mute
on.
up?
Wait.
Like,
It was business people. They sold other people's family members. Like these people were not part of this. So maybe these people were passing this history, because I've heard about slavery way before I came to America. Like from the oral history, they pass it on. So people that are sold into slavery, they are related to people. So how do you know these people were not passing these stories on? You know?
but
Yeah, but
but
drama.
Afrikaans, what I'm trying to say is, I assumed West Africans didn't think much about the slavery, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Those people that were
Elaborate.
involved in selling other tribes, or
Right.
who even
They
sold
did.
their family members. But what I'm trying
Right.
to say is, if you go on History Debunk, this YouTube channel, it talks about the slavery in Africa. And in Nigeria, for example, there's a statue of a woman, Yoruba woman, called Madam Tinubu,
I know
a slave
about
trade
that.
woman. But my question is, right here, why did they have a statue of that woman? What the terrible things she did? She's seen as a
Yeah, I've heard
hero.
of that as well. Yeah.
Good question.
So most of West Africans I come across, they don't even think about it, to be
Right.
honest. Or I could be wrong.
But what about some might not disclose it, but a Pan-Africanist would be aware of this, the slavery. You know that, right?
Aphrodite, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think what's it called, other groups or races within Africa? I'll give you an example. Do you think the Amazigh or the Coptic Egyptians or the Somalis or any of these people will sell each other out to the white people? Especially knowing that, I'm gonna ask you that question.
Well, there was slavery even amongst the Amazigh.
But the Amazigh fought against the French, and almost
right.
1 million of them died protecting their people.
Yeah, but if you also I know exactly what you're saying. Like 500 years prior to even the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah.
Okay. There was the trans-Saharan slave trade. They traded
Yes,
with the
what they
Arabs.
did to the Kenyans, the Zanzibars,
So, but even from the West, but prior to even that, nobody knows how long Africans been enslaving each other. People are gonna hate to hear this, but it's the fact. Like that was the norm.
Roman time, even back in Roman time.
that was like the norm, you know.
Yeah.
But I think with the transatlantic slave trade, it's like a different ball game for the Africans.
See, I'd say the Somalis, in terms of exploring the world, were earlier than West African countries. If you look at our history, we've been around the world. You know that as well.
Right.
You looked into our history.
Yes, I did.
The fact that also the fact that several powerful nations have tried the Somalis in terms of trying to take advantage of our nation and where we are strategically in the Horn.
Yeah.
The fact that the Portuguese at that time was the strongest, and they tried twice against the Somalis and they failed both times. You see the Americans in '93 tried to put a puppet government in Somalia, and you see what happened with them. Somalis won't allow such a thing to happen. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but
West Africans should have the same mentality. They should have the same mentality, and they should be like, we're not accepting this bullshit.
No, but
they should never let that happen.
They were not invaded though. That's some of the places. Like what's
even sad? Can I say something? You know what's even sad about Pan-Africanism? Africa's not standing with Mali. But unfortunately, those sellouts and those cowards in ECOWAS are sanctioning Mali. Can you believe that?
But who's selling out though? Who's selling out? What are you talking about?
Afrodamus was
saying ECOWAS. Can I ask you a question? Why has ECOWAS put sanctions against Mali, blockade on Mali?
Because Dr. R, you have to remember that's politics. Like, so the ECOWAS.
If we are all brothers, if they're all brothers, why are they sanctioning? They're following their puppet master.
Yeah, hold on. Like, you have to think about it. Like, West Africa, you know,
No, this is Africa in general. This is not West
hold
Africa.
on.
Why are you
Yeah,
going to
right.
put sanctions
Oh, wait,
on a
give me,
country that's trying to
hold on,
shift the colonialists out?
hold on.
It makes me very angry.
Give me a second. In West Africa was hotbed for people, you know, overthrowing, you know, governments, this corrupt governments. So ECOWAS, the body that is, you have these old politicians there who go by elections. They are already installed, they have the power. So they are sanctioning Mali to discourage coups happening to even them. Because if other countries are seeing how, oh, Mali is doing good, a soldier came and took over and nothing happened, guess what? They would be encouraged to do the same thing. So that's why they want to discourage it, to sabotage their government so they can go civilian. There is no such thing as, quote unquote, this brotherhood. That's what the channel is all about, to show what is real and what isn't. So this Pan-Africanist brouhaha is all fake. Even in Africa, that's what the politics is. Mali, they are discouraging other soldiers that have the intention to do what those soldiers in Mali did, to remove a corrupt government and install themselves. But we have Kwesi, can you hear me?
Yeah. I wanted to ask Supergirl a question, but she left, didn't it?
Oh, what were you going to ask her?
I was going to ask her, how was Kwame Nkrumah viewed in Egypt for marrying an Egyptian woman? Is he viewed as some type of hero or as one of them?
Supergirl is American.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to find out if she knew what Egyptians thought about it, innit?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think she.
I heard her saying something like her parents are Egyptian, and
you're right. But
yeah.
I suspect Supergirl is here to learn all the things that are going on. So
she said she was new to all of this.
Right. So Kwesi, the Pan-Africanism that you're hearing, Kwesi, for example, all these guys they talk about, they want to be like Kwame Nkrumah. But do you see any of these guys following in his footsteps? I understand, like, when I ask these questions, some of them think I'm being funny. They really think I'm being funny, instead of, you know, like, I'm looking at what's in front of us. Yesterday, these guys were begging, literally crying for the Somalis to allow them to marry Somali women. You saw this. You saw this with your own eyes.
Who was?
So how can they be real Pan-Africanists if they are not willing to do what Kwame Nkrumah, you know, did? Go ahead. And Yaya Jammeh in Gambia, who considered himself a Kwame Nkrumah student, he married a North African as well when he took power. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the problem with I don't know too much about Gambia, but the problem with Yaya Jammeh, who I think is a former president of Gambia, marrying someone who's not a Gambian, the criticism I have of it in particular is that Yaya Jammeh would have obviously taken a lot of the wealth of Gambia. For all African leadership, you know, they have ways of means of extracting money from, you know, tax money and making it their own. If he married a Gambian, basically what happened is that the money, because they have Gambian children, the money stays in Gambia. But if he
married a Gambian before it failed. Don't forget, like, people don't realize, even Yaya Jammeh, that's why I put his picture there. He's a student of Kwame Nkrumah. He follows Kwame Nkrumah, like, in that footstep.
A nationalist, he's a Pan-African.
Yes, he's a Pan-African. Because, you know, he's the even he had what they call the Roots Homecoming Festival. So, you know, this repatriation movement, he before Nana Addo did this, he did this before him when he was in power.
Yeah, that's the thing. to me, I said many times that Pan African is a fantasy in terms of it's not a realistic goal or realistic achievement for me. In terms of Pan African like Yaya Jammeh and others following the footsteps of Kwame Nkrumah and marrying, I don't know, someone from another region of Africa or marrying someone who's North African. I think it would be more of a personal thing, really. I don't really see it ever bearing fruit or going on to unite the continent. That's those days are long gone, isn't it?
No, but Kwesi, like what I'm saying, okay, so yeah, I mean, he didn't say he's going to unite the continent, right? But if you look at like Kwame Nkrumah, his ideology, Yaya Jammeh, born and raised in Gambia, who's a staunch Pan-Africanist, obviously he's not his mentor, he's not going to be looking at somebody from outside of West Africa. You know, like, so that's another thing also. The West African Pan-Africanist strictly, it has to be about Kwame Nkrumah. They pretend to accept other Pan-Africanists, but when you preach outside of Kwame Nkrumah, they don't really go with that. So that's why I said, can they really be Pan-Africanists if they don't live up to that? Because the template in West Africa is him.
Well, in order for them to be Pan-African, they would have to have like beyond nationalistic borders. They would have to look at Pan-African from a continental view. You feel? Because Pan-Africans, for example, they don't see borders. You feel? They don't see the borders or different tribes or different religion, different culture. They don't see it like they see every African as one, particularly Black Africans. They see all as one. So in terms of them following the template of Nkrumah, and in terms of the marriage park, since that was on the thumbnail of this live video, yeah, I think they can, if that's what they want to do and that's what they want to do, then yeah, I agree with that. They can do that, but
So Kwesi, what do you as a Ghanaian, how do the Ghanaian people view, Kwame Nkrumah being a Pan-Africanist marrying Egyptian, like not just from your point of view? I mean, we would want to hear that too, but as a Ghanaian, how do Ghanaians view this?
The Ghanaians, a lot of them, the smart ones, in terms of him marrying an Egyptian, I don't really know. Really,
Well, because before you go into that, like GH said something here, which is true. Many people, I know that GH really does know about Kwame Nkrumah. Said Nkrumah was in the USA for 10 years plus. He was in the UK, which is true, and he didn't marry a white woman. He married Fatia because of African unity. I think I agree with GH on that. But you as a Ghanaian, what's the feeling?
The Ghanaians see him as obviously marrying out, wasting Ghana's resources, giving Ghana's money to Egypt for free. So he's not really looked up as a hero to the extent, you feel me?
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
See, I was gonna interject. I was gonna ask your brother with the Ghanaian flag a question.
Go for it.
See, do you believe? Because from my experiences, from what I've seen, I feel like what's it called? The black man has some internalized hate, and they use Pan-Africanism as a shield, as a way to shield themselves from that hate. And they love they always marry. They always end up marrying outside of their race, and they're always trying to and they say that we're marrying outside of our race, but we're still Pan-Africanism.
But this is normal with even pro-blacks. For example, look at this, okay? Do you know Tariq Nasheed, right?
No, no, I don't. No.
Okay, here, let me show you this. He's an American pro-black, FBA person. Here we go. Check this out. That's his wife. So
Where's she from?
even in America here, she's mixed. Her mother is white. I heard him say once before that when you marrying a mixed woman, make sure her mother is white. She said because they are raised right. I heard it with my own ear. Nobody told me.
Oh, he said that for real?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
In a
See,
string.
but then
Say
this
that.
is what I feel like that slavery has left in West Africa. It left a negative effect of self-hate.
But when you say, but you know, like
Yeah.
he's not West African. He is.
No, he's African American, but then African Americans have gone through worse. They've gone through. I've seen
Right.
some of the things that the white people have done to them, which is insane.
Yeah, but that's like
400 years.
That's like a long time ago.
Yes, but then again, it's passed down. It's passed down from generation to generation. So you know, if you don't know the last name of your father, or if you don't know what clan you're from or what country you're from, it has a negative effect on you.
Okay.
It has a. So I think 400 years of them hearing what happened to them from a white man's perspective of all the things that happened to them for that 400 years, it builds an anger inside of them. And I think think yes, you can see that, right? And also I think that the anger also turns into wanting to be like them. So that's why you see all of these African Americans marrying white women and not marrying their own.
I wanted to ask Mo something.
And that's another thing. You know also about Dr. Omar. And
that's not the majority,
you also
though.
But then again, you've seen Dr. Omar and the fact that he's seeing all of these African Americans marrying white women and passing their wealth to the white woman when the black woman is there and she's not getting married to them.
You're right. He did talk about that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, Mo, but
yeah,
you have a British accent. Are you in the UK?
Yeah. Yeah.
In the UK, we come in contact with descendants of slaves, right?
Me.
He's referring to Caribbean.
No, yeah. You can.
Me,
Mo,
I'm
come
Somali.
in contact with descendants of slaves in the UK.
Yeah, I have Caribbeans. I've come into contact with a lot of Caribbeans that are from slavery, descendants.
You're telling me that West Africans in the UK, Ghanaians and Nigerians have self-hate.
Some I've also met some prideful Nigerians because I know Nigerians personally. I've met some. I know a brother that used to go to school with myself personally, and he's Nigerian, and he said that he's only marrying Nigerians. I've met some prideful Nigerians, but I've also met some Nigerians that have a different mentality to him. But the ones that I'm concerned about is the Caribbeans and African Americans. They're always marrying outside of their people.
Oh, you're exaggerating. That's not the case.
Not always, but most of the time, from what I've seen, most of the time, from my personal experiences, they're marrying outside of their race.
Why do you give a damn if they're marrying or not? Why do you care?
No, I'm just saying that they use Pan-Africanism. No, I'm just talking about the ideals of Pan-Africanism. I'm saying that they use Pan-Africanism to hide and shield behind that. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, they're not facing their problems head on. They're hiding behind it. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you're telling me in the UK?
I definitely disagree with that. But...
No, I've traveled a lot as well, brother with the Ghanaian flag.
Edos Rere, I know. It's not that long. It's not that long ago. I know. You say, I totally get it. You know what I'm saying is I'm speaking in terms of today, but I totally get you. Go ahead, Kwesi.
Mo, okay, wait. So when you say you don't believe people can love, okay, what about Mo? What country are you from?
Me, originally Somalia.
Yeah, okay. So you don't believe people can love someone of a different race?
They can, but again, you have to think about you know that I'll give you an example of people that usually marry within their own group. You can love people outside of your people, but again, I'm seeing a lot more occurrences within the Caribbean and African American communities marrying outside of their own people. See, I know a lot of Ethiopians, they marry their people. I know a lot of Somalis, they marry their people. I know a lot of Arabs, they marry their own people. Why is it the Caribbean and African American communities tend to marry outside of their race? Why is that?
Yeah.
Why are they not? Why don't they have that pride inside of them?
Actually, in America, more.
Yeah.
You live in the UK, but
I've been to America for a bit.
But I get it. There's mixed race, but
a lot of mixed race kids.
But in America, majority of blacks. Of blacks. I know TV try to amplify it. Yeah. But majority of blacks that are married, they are married to black people.
Afro-Brothers, I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you see a lot of mixed kids in America?
Hey, look, hey, but you know what?
Actually, there's more. Like for me, even though I live in a white state,
Yeah.
still I see more black, like black American with black American, black people
Exactly, but
together.
Yeah, but you also
don't
see a
forget.
fair share. But you also see a fair share of mixed kids, right?
And
Yeah,
don't
but
forget
these
Mo,
are
can I
not.
ask you a
These are not
question?
all. These are
Mo, can
not
I ask you a question?
all.
What state did you go to?
Hold
What
on.
state have you visited, may I
Hold
ask?
on. Yeah, that's a
Let me
good
answer the
question.
question. Oh,
Hold on, more. I
yeah,
was gonna ask you that, but doctor, what state did you go to?
me. I went to Minnesota, and I went
Minnesota.
to
I've been
yeah,
to Minnesota.
yeah,
Yes,
Oh,
in
man.
Minnesota, right?
yeah,
That's like you're right. You would see a lot of mixed kids there.
yeah.
But I
That's
also
what
live.
surprised me.
I live. You have to remember.
Yeah.
Also, have you thought about the Africans that come there too? Those mixed kids you've seen, some of them are African. Their fathers are Africans, not Black
Yes,
Americans. Have you thought
but I
about
think
that?
but I think it's also about it's all about the teachings that you get from your parents. If you get the correct teachings, marry your people, pass on
Okay,
your name to
so
your children.
okay,
Then
to
yes, you're
be
going to
that,
marry your
but
own
Yeah.
people.
the
Am I correct
majority
on
of
that,
Black
Afro Dallas?
Americans marry and date Black Americans. That's not even. Those numbers are definitely what you're thinking in your mind is definitely inflated or over exaggerated.
No,
Yeah,
no. I'm speaking from my experience when I went to
more,
Minnesota. Even
more.
Afro Dallas has seen this. He's seen a lot of kids that are mixed,
Yeah,
which is
but if you
But
go
Mo, can I add
to
something? Can I add something?
more,
yeah,
more on
Basically,
average,
Minnesota is a white
hold on,
majority.
Doctor.
yes,
If you go, for the
yeah,
most part, you will
yeah.
still. I'm just saying, most Black
Of
people.
course, you're gonna see a lot more Black people because they make up 12% of the population. Of course,
No,
yes,
what I'm saying is you're going to see more Black people. It's a lot
yeah,
more Black American, like Black with each
yeah,
other
yeah.
than the mix. The mix thing is just amplified in the media.
Yeah, most
But
Black
that's
Okay.
people are
not,
not mixed.
yeah.
Like I'll tell you that
But
for
one
sure.
thing I'm gonna say,
Most people are not
But the
mixed like that.
principle of what I'm saying still stands. It still stands. What I'm trying to say. The
but
principle of
one
it.
thing I'm gonna, but Mo, one thing I'm gonna say is in the UK and America, this is one thing I get sick and tired of. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I do not like these mixed race adverts that I see every day on my telly. It's the same in
no.
America.
See,
What?
in the UK. What city do you live in, brother? Oh, Doctor O. Because I could tell you live in the UK as well.
Magaalada London.
Okay, yeah. See, I
But
live in between London.
more, let me
Yeah,
ask you this. More.
yeah.
So you made this statement that so you said in the UK, right?
Yeah, I've met a
You
lot of different
see,
type of people.
you see African, you believe that West Africans,
No,
they
some. I've
some are
seen some
not
of them. Yeah,
some are not over
I've met some
slavery.
prideful people. Yeah.
Yeah, they are not over slavery, they are still mad and
No. Okay, so I'll say this. So I've met majority of the West Africans that I've met are prideful people, especially because I know a lot of Nigerians. I can't speak for the others, but the Nigerians that I've met are prideful people. But the minorities that I've met of West Africans, they have a very bad mindset from my point of view that I've seen.
But do you believe that somebody you can love someone,
But then again,
of a different race?
but then again, love and marriage is two different things. Love is when you love somebody, but marriage is a contract. You're giving your wealth to your partner, and if you're gonna give your wealth to a white woman or somebody from
But
another
but if
background,
that's
you're
your
passing, huh?
but if you make the child, that child is your child, like
Yes, but then
carries your
again,
last name
but
Uh,
then but then
and your
but then
Abo
again,
hala
parentage.
doodin. Cunug
but then
caruurta.
again, you're passing,
Mo
huh?
wala scam or
Can I
scam
just
banana.
Hold on,
before
guys,
I leave?
wait.
I wanted to
Hold on me,
go.
1 second, 1 second.
Yeah,
Let
Yeah,
yeah,
Mo,
I just
Go ahead.
I
yeah.
wanted
So
to
I was
ask
gonna
one
say,
question.
you're passing your wealth, you're passing your ideals, your principle to your children, and if you're marrying somebody from outside of your own race, they're gonna also pass their ideals and principles to to your
But
children.
did
So
you
you're gonna
meet
lose, huh?
a
I
lot
see what
of
you're saying.
West Africans in the UK
No,
that
no,
you would
not a
say
lot, a lot. I said
hate
a minority
like
of the
hate
West Africans that
themselves?
I met,
Okay, so it's
huh?
a minority that
Mo,
you would say hate
cunug
themselves,
advo
right?
haysta.
Wait,
Mo,
Mo, you saying West Africans in
cunug
the
advo
UK?
haysta walaalo.
You,
Hold on, only me. Go ahead, Kwesi.
you said you've seen West Africans in the UK. You've seen a lot of things about their mindset that's bad. Can you tell us what's bad about their mindset? some of the West
I'll tell you
Africans
what's
in
bad
the
about their
UK.
mindset. The fact that I've spoken to a few West African brothers, and they said they don't want to marry their own women. They said that they told me personally they don't want to marry their own women.
Hey
They
Mo,
also
can I say something? Can I? Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt you. Can I say who are the worst people? The ones that I think Afridamus should look into this. The worst ones are the Caribbeans who go to jail. I'm going to be upfront about this. Who go to jail, who convert to Islam, and they want access to these Muslim women, like these
No,
Pakistanis,
you know this.
Bangladeshis, and some
Somalis,
of
do you
these.
think
Let me
Somalis,
finish.
we don't allow
Let me
anybody to
finish.
marry our women.
No,
We won't. In the UK, you know this
we
personally.
don't.
We don't. We will not let any. Yeah.
Wallah, I'm a scam.
Ibrahim Amo Golano, yeah.
Wallah.
We
Yeah.
have different.
No,
topics.
Dr.
Can I-
R.
Can I? That's the point I want to make, right? Yeah. Some of these West Africans who are Christian who convert to Islam, who in prison, not the West Africans who are Muslim. I'm talking about those Southern Africans from Ivory Coast and from Nigeria, the southern parts, who go to prison, convert to Islam, that want to marry some of these women. I think he needs to do a video on that. And there's been many cases in the UK.
You know
Yeah,
what?
you know it because we both live in the UK.
It's shameful, disgusting.
We've seen this. We've seen this. We have seen this.
I'm very aware of the jail system. I worked in the criminal justice system for 8 years.
No, Afridamus, you got these men who convert to Islam that want to marry these women. Aren't you not familiar with that?
I'm very familiar with it. Yesterday,
I don't know if you have that problem in America, but there's a serious problem.
There was a Caribbean man. There was a Caribbean man who.
Hold on. Here in America, I don't. Even though when I worked in the criminal justice system, to be honest, you rarely come across like immigrant, like West African in the system. Like, it's very rare, but I've seen some, and in fact, it's weird that Dr. R said this. I know somebody that I met personally who in fact did this. This is weird. It's funny that you said this, but you're not wrong. It's weird, it's rare, but in this rare occasion, I can think of somebody just right off the bat who did what you are just saying.
There was a Caribbean who came out of jail, turned Muslim to marry an Arab woman, just for the Arab father.
I know exactly somebody that did that, married the Arab woman too. This is
that's insane.
Funny. The woman is from Saudi Arabia.
To call him the N-word, to call him the N-word, to call him Abid, which is slave in Arabic. He wanted to marry an Arab woman to take insults. What kind of mindset is that?
Wait, he wanted the guy to call him Abid?
No. The Arab father started calling him Abid. He called him slave. He called him everything that is in the Arab dictionary, because he wanted to marry an Arab woman, and that's the reason why he turned Islam for.
So more, you're gonna shut the gate on the Pan-Africanists?
Me, no. I think that there's a lot of cowards that hide behind it. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Okay, hold on. I think Kwesi was gonna ask it. Kwesi, go ahead. Hold on. Only me. Allow Kwesi.
I'm trying to figure out how the Somali community sees West Africans in the UK, because I have ties to the UK. I have ties to the UK as well. I want to ask, why did the West Africans say they don't want to marry their own woman? Because you didn't.
I said that the minority that I've met, they told me that they don't want to marry their own women.
Yeah, but what's
the reason? I don't know. Probably it's personal choice. The fact that they don't find them attractive. I don't know. It could be anything.
No,
but that's the reason.
If you know black people ever struggle, I mean, look, marrying another woman from another race is a way to come up. So if you
that's why that's another thing. That's another thing. They don't want their children to look like them. They don't want their children to look like them. They don't want their children to look like them. With me, I went to a Caribbean store. I look different. I have like long curly hair. I went to a Caribbean store and they told me I'm not African.
But more.
Yeah.
If you say, okay, maybe it's love or maybe whatever, but I don't think people deliberately saying they don't want their kid to look like them. Do you honestly believe anybody?
Why would you marry another woman from another race if you don't want your child to look like you?
Maybe
I want my child to represent me.
Maybe they're in love.
That's an excuse, Aphrodite. That's an excuse for them.
No, but what about racism though? UK is very racist, so
it is. But then I'm gonna ask you a question, brother. What's it called? Do you escape racism by marrying another woman so your child can look different, or do you face racism by standing in the face of it?
But that
Bro,
depends on the black person. I mean, some people take it different ways. You have to understand and
Brother,
accept
you
that.
have
You
to
don't
have
agree.
pride. If you don't have pride, your people will fall.
Okay,
all I'm gonna say
but
is, those people in the New World, they have no pride whatsoever, including those in the UK, like marrying someone of a different race.
This
Like,
is what I've noticed.
like,
You see, a lot of us Somalis, the Horners, like the Somalis, the Ethiopians, the Eritreans, even northeast Africans, they're very prideful people. Why is the rest of Africa not prideful?
But when you say the
who's
rest of
saying they're not
Africa, what do you
prideful?
mean? What do you
No,
mean
I
they are
mean
We
not
like
all
you should
have
be.
prideful?
what the look at oh my god.
No,
Anyway,
no. You should be prideful. You should be prideful enough to
yeah,
marry your
sure.
own.
Yeah.
You should be
More,
prideful
Um
enough to marry.
I
more,
I
just
get what you
more.
mean. Yeah.
no.
But more,
What is
more,
I'll
no,
retract. I said.
no.
I'll
more,
retract what I said. Not
more.
all African.
But
What's it called? Other Africans are not. No, I'm saying the minority of them. They should be very prideful.
no, like more, like the
like the guy
Pan-Africanist
last
you
night.
heard,
There was a
right?
guy
Last,
last
Yeah,
night.
yeah. Like
yeah,
the people
but
like last night saying that
The
we
guy
want to marry
last night was
Somali women.
no,
crazy.
but
What?
even the guy that was making that statement, he
Yeah.
is married to somebody from where he's from, Sierra Leone. But if you most West Africans that I have seen, majority they are married to West Africans if they are married from
Exactly.
wherever they are from. So the Pan-Africanists were hearing these people so far, they're in the minority. It's just weird that they
But
want
then
other
Afro
people to
Diamonds.
open the border to them. But I
But
want to
Afro
hear
Diamonds.
what you
Well,
gotta
let
say too.
Afro
can you
Diamonds.
let
Do you
me
agree?
talk
There's a
more?
lot of self hate within the within the black people or
Yes,
black men.
I
yes,
You
mean,
agree?
I can
yes,
agree with that, but you got to
yes,
understand
And
what
one
yes.
thing,
There's a
one more
lot of
thing,
it.
one more
But
thing.
you seem
And
to be
brother,
confused as to where it came from. Like you seem to
yeah,
be
brother. But
so
I'm gonna ask you a
stunned and
question as
shocked.
well. Do you guys in the panel agree that there's self hate within the black man?
No, not just the black men in general. No, but some black people, yes. No, and those black people you're talking about are definitely a
Of course, there
minority.
is hate, self-hate, and I've seen it in my
Of course,
15 years.
and there's a lot of black
Yeah,
people
but
who have self
listen, there
hate
is
because it's hard to be black. What are
I
you talking
follow
about?
some channels. I follow some African American channels where there's a couple of women who are very much against black men marrying outside their race, not even light-skinned black women. They don't want them to marry them, and it goes so bad that they now discussing if they want to eliminate baby boys, which are
Oh, are you
black
talking
baby boys.
about the female?
Yeah, the female
Well,
African American.
that's a hate. That's hateful. Like,
Yeah, that
yeah.
they are very against that because, and these women are not. They have a huge following. They have over 300,000 followers. So there's a lot of following on these women,
Well, only
and
me.
it's
You know what's
all black.
beautiful about that? People
Sorry,
gotta share. People gotta share this channel so that this message can counter the hateful
exactly,
message. So people, please
exactly,
like and share this
Yeah.
because
exactly.
like don't just like there's always a different side of the conversation. They're
Yeah.
in America. They have the right to freedom of speech. I
Mm.
understand some people when they write in my comment section, they get mad at me. They don't understand. Like, I believe in freedom of speech. That's why I'm in America. The
Yeah.
Mm.
laws here allow me to freely express myself.
Same
I
with the UK.
love I love being free. It has nothing to do with race, color, religion, nothing. I love
Mm.
being me. I
Mm.
love looking at the world the way I want to see it. Plain and simple.
Mm.
So
But
so let's they
Dr.
have the
Damas,
right to say that. But
yeah,
keep going.
it's very but it is horrible. It show I don't live in America, so when I watch stuff like that I can see a glimpse of what's going on in that society, right, where the women are standing up and
Yeah,
saying it's enough
again,
is enough, these men are going out,
you would be a fool to
these
say that
these
you
men are
eventually
going
celebrate.
out with the non-black women, or and we're not going to tolerate whatever, right?
Mhm.
But when the self-hate comes in, is look, I can fall in love with somebody that's not my race, that's not my ethnicity. I can fall in love, that's just fine. I don't have any problem with that, right? What I have a problem with is if I intentionally seek that race and I'm intentionally looking for that ethnic group and I want to have one from them, then that becomes a self-hate on my part and obsession. So we have to we have to separate these two. Love is
Right.
one thing. You can get fall in love with random person. You can get to know that person and you can fall in love. That's the one thing. But some people, what they do is that they seek one ethnic people, and then you want to have that person, and if that person, like the
Yeah.
guy last night, he
So
put a lot of
so you
emphasis.
don't think the
That
Pan-Africanists are doing it to unite Africa? You think
of
that
course,
I think
listen,
it's their own gain. They
no,
cowards
no,
using. Yeah.
I'm fine with the
Should
guy what
I
he
say
did, the
something on here?
Ghanaian guy. He married Egyptian. His motive was like to come. I have no problem with that, right?
See, the
But
Ghanaian brother
now,
was right.
but now, if all Ghanaians all of a sudden want to flock into Egypt and want to marry it, and then that I have a problem with, right?
well, that didn't happen though.
Yeah, that did not happen.
Most
Exactly.
Ghanaians stick with Ghanaians.
Exactly. And I mean, most Ghanaian marry Ghanaian. That's
Yeah.
basic and understanding. That's normal. But normal people, they marry each other's. But like, if you come at like last night, the guy from last night say, why don't you? And you seeking, then I see that self-hate.
No, because I thought that.
On his point.
That guy from Sierra
Hold
Leone
on.
is a bastard. That's
He
what
was
he
a
No,
is.
crazy guy.
Wait, doctor.
And
Wait.
even if I go outside and I say I want to have only white men, I want to have only this white man because I find attractive, and and I seek that, then I think I have I have
But
to look inside of
but
me.
only
If
me,
I fall
only
in
me,
love with a white
only
guy,
me.
that's another
But
case.
only me. What you're saying here, right? You're speaking of the American culture. If like white women, especially, right? You see them out here, they rather have a dog than the white man. Like it's just no. You guys are laughing. This is true. Like they are more okay. Like
I've heard
like
about
black,
Okay, I'm gonna ask you
black
guys a question.
women. Hold on, black women in America, they are more expressive, right? So you would think they are just the marker for that. But I'm looking at the action, the silent thing. Okay, it's not even black women. Like you go look even in the white sector. Like trust me,
They want to
it will
divest
blow
and they
your
want to
mind.
have divest.
White women are the same way.
no. But I wanted to.
But
What do you
white men
guys?
normally will marry white men, right? I mean, you live in America, so majority of the
No, they
white
marry.
people from
They marry everybody.
Afridamus, can I say something? I'm from
Yeah.
the UK. Like only 2% of white British people marry out. They don't really marry other groups.
Yeah,
because that's what
I can
statistics
testify
say.
to that.
Well,
Yeah, I live in the UK as well.
I wanted to ask.
Go ahead, Kwesi.
What do you think of black guys in the UK who want light-skinned women? Like they seek and chase them. I've seen it happen many
Well, they're
times.
pathetic. Kwesi, I'm gonna say something. My brother, who's light skinned, is married to a dark skinned Somali woman, and they got beautiful kids. Like those men who are colorists are disgusting and self haters.
But your brother is light skinned himself. So how do you feel about him being light skinned? If you don't like
Somalis come in all shades.
I've got
Somalis, you can have
I
you can
just
have
told
one
you
the first
my
child being
brother
light
married a
skinned.
dark skinned Somali woman, and they got like a mixture of dark and light kids, and they're very beautiful.
Dr. R, I'm gonna ask you a question, yeah? Somalis all come in different shades. We don't just come in one.
Yeah.
You can have one dark skinned guy, one light skinned guy. You can have one that doesn't even look
but they're
Somali.
still black people though. That's the whole.
But
No,
that's
we're
the
not
same
considered
thing
black.
with-
We're not considered black. Somalis are not considered black.
No, y'all don't consider yourselves black.
No, they're not. In general, we're not.
Mo, what would you
In general,
say you guys are?
look. In
There's
general,
a
we're
lot
not
of
considered black.
Africans who
The
do
people that wait, let me finish my point. The people there was a guy who's called Charles Eliot who wrote a book about this. He went to East Africa and he described the Somalis as different. He said the Somalis don't look like other black people. From there on, they never classified Somalis or any of the Horners black at all.
Good night, guys.
They don't consider Ethiopians, Eritreans, or Somalis black.
Okay, so they don't have black in them then? You telling me they don't have
Huh?
black?
No.
It's not about the skin, brother. It's all about the face. It's all about
identity. I'm speaking about identity. Can I respond? Like Somalis don't see themselves as black; they see themselves as Somali. They don't accept that black label.
So Tuneja was right.
Anything else but a Somali.
No, but can I say something, brother? You're
anything.
Black American. Can I say something, brother? You're Black American. You don't. If you knew where you come from, you wouldn't call yourself Black American.
No,
Like,
It
why
will
are you
be
gonna call
probably
yourself a
no,
label
Yoruba
given to you
or
by
and
colonialists?
Igbo.
this is why I would do it. I'll explain to you why I would do it.
The black label,
Because
I'm
for
gonna tell you
the
right now, the black label is pathetic. And you know what's funny?
okay,
Like, to me, the black label is
that's just how you
inferior as a
feel.
Hold on,
state
guys.
label.
Guys, what?
Okay,
One
well that's
second.
just how you
I
feel about
totally
it. Okay.
forgot. We have somebody in here. Think before you type. Sorry, think before you type. Let's let him speak. He's been here for a minute. Think before you type. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, where you calling from? Think before you type.
Antarctica. Only
And
me probably knows. No, I'm just kidding.
come on, you gonna tell us where you
Yeah,
calling
he's
from?
from.
Are you
Yeah,
from
I know him.
Georgia?
Nah, I'm from the East Coast,
East
the
Coast,
U.S.
U.S. Like Jersey, New York,
The tri-area, the tri-state
Detroit.
area.
So you're in the Midwest.
No. Tri-state usually is
Oh,
like
tri-state
Northeast.
or Northeast. Okay, like
Yeah,
Buffalo. Okay,
around
so
that. Yeah, Jersey, Buffalo, New
Jersey.
York.
Okay, go ahead. What do you want? What's on your mind on this topic? Go for it.
All right. So first of all, I came across your channel not too long ago, but I do see the discussions that you're trying to have, which is actually important. A lot of times people try to avoid it. Some things, it's good to have. But overall, when I look at this situation and I analyze it, I realize a couple of things. For one is that when they talk about Pan-Africanism or anyone who claims to be Pan-Africanist, I actually, from my point of view, I believe any ethnicity that live in Africa that do practice their own ancient culture. For me, I can view that as being Pan-Africanist. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But if somebody just comes across from a different continent or a different place and they try to impose their view, which is pretty much mixed with European centric or type of mentality, where it's like, hey, it's only black or white. There's no other color in the world, or there's no other future. That is where I have the problem. And also, I've noticed.
I agree.
So if you look at like with the topic like Kwame Nkrumah, right? Because some of this Pan-Africanists said not Africans are not Africans. So if you're following the template, how can you say you're Pan-Africanist following Kwame Nkrumah's footsteps and not see not Africans as Africans? Well, then Moore also added another layer to it, saying maybe Kwame Nkrumah did it because of self-hate. So that would mean not Africans are supposed to be seen differently. What do you say about that?
All right, that's a good question. So, but let me try to answer it in two ways. The first one basically deals with how Kwame himself, how did he view basically anybody who was living in the continent of Africa. So if he viewed everyone, including the Egyptians or ever, just basically as African, and therefore he was part of that group,
That's how he
just being
saw.
African.
That's how he saw it.
Yeah, so that means I don't see that from his perspective. I don't see there's nothing wrong with that. But I do have an issue with anyone who claims to be Pan-African and try to use his method of teaching or ideology, and then they try to cut anyone who is either from the Horn of Africa or basically North Africa and saying that, oh, those people are not black. But yet the person that they try to quote and they try to adopt his method of teaching is someone that's basically that viewed everyone on the continent as African. You know what I mean? So
Right.
that is where the issue is. And a lot of these so-called people that do claim, we only see ourselves, only if you have my type of feature, basically from their perspective is like, okay, if you don't have the broad features or if you don't have my skin complexion, then you're not African. Yet,
So you regard not Africans as Africans. That's what I'm getting, right?
yeah, anyone who's basically from the continent of Africa, resided in the continent of Africa, has a history in the continent of Africa.
Even the white people.
Well, if you talk about the white Europeans that came in South Africa, they're not really African because they themselves don't speak the African
See,
language,
there you
but they
go.
No,
invented.
most of them
So what are
do.
you talking about then?
Hold
Yeah,
up, but let me
because
finish.
see that you're
Let
debunking
me
your own logic.
no, but let
Exactly.
me finish what I'm saying.
Exactly.
No, again, I'll try to get the point across, and you can see from the perspective I'm trying to come at, and the perspective where you try to say that. Because I say this: if you're born in any place, right, in that area, of course you are by definition you are from that area, and you are from that part, right? But
So
what I'm saying is that
do you see the Somalis as black?
Historically.
Somalis, no, Somalis never identify themselves as black. No human being in no history of any historical
No,
evidence never view themselves
Here
as
we go.
race as a color. No,
but we're
I'm talking
dealing
about a color.
in a global sense. In a global sense.
In a global sense, right? So hold on. Did you say like in the global sense?
Right.
So if
We're
you
not
talk
even
about the global
Global
sense,
sense.
but that's the question he brought up. So if you're talking about the global sense, that means you're telling me that I have to abide by Western identification or
Okay,
classification
If you
of
go to
what
a
that is.
Western
I
country, then
reject that.
yes, obviously. Okay, you can reject it all you
Westerners
want.
don't
But if
even
you go to
identify
America,
Somalis as black.
if
No,
you
hold on.
if you
But
go to America right now, like let's say a Somalian, right now in Somalia, yes, you can identify with your tribe, yada yada yada. But the moment you go from Somalia to America, you'll become black real quick.
okay, you said it's
Why
black real
is
quick,
that?
right? All right. So
I've got a
but that's
question.
the
I've got a
thing.
question for the Black
You
American. I've got a
adopted.
question. No,
Hold
Well,
no.
in
up.
the
T, I've
UK
got a
is
question.
different.
I've got a question.
But you
I've got a
adopted
In the
question.
UK
the
is different.
white term
Can
to
I?
classify you. You allow white people to classify you and identify you. That's the problem. Because if you say
Okay,
My
that,
my
okay.
oh,
my
you
my my
accepted
question
white,
to the Black American brother is: why is it that Black Americans have got problems with Somali people, for example, who do not accept these labels? This goes with the Caribbeans and those in the UK. Like,
Because
I
we
want
can
to
just
identify by my
we can
identity.
just look at you and tell you have black in
Oh,
you. That's why.
I'm
It's
not
just
talking about the
no,
black
but
I'm gonna
identity.
ask you
I'm
a
not
question.
talking about.
I'm gonna ask you
Listen,
a
I'm
question now.
talking about the identity, not the skin color.
See,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna ask
talking
you a
okay.
about
So
skin
question. We
color.
both live
from
in the UK.
I'll
We both live in
explain.
the UK. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Africanist. Have you noticed one thing right now that anybody who talks about, oh, if you go to Africa, if you go to America and you'll be classified as such, but then you tell me this.
That's the biggest argument.
No,
That's
Hold on,
no,
you get
hold
hold
on.
on.
But if you're
Let him
saying that
let
you're
him let
classified based on color, but then they themselves would look at a person who's from Spain, who's in Europe, but they don't classify them as white. They'll classify them as Hispanic. Someone who's from North Africa is classified as white, even
right,
though they're African. So
right.
this whole term about race based on the color is literally one of the dumbest things. If you're a person that says like I'm
It
white or
really
I'm
isn't.
black, that
It
means
really
that
isn't
means
though.
you think primitive. That no, first of all, let me try to like clarify a couple of things because you really need to understand how the European colonialism mindset works. The whole idea for them was to remove anyone who is indigenous to their land, to remove their true identity, which is basically their tribe or
thank you.
ethnicity.
But
And then they would try to replace
Exactly.
that with
hold on,
the color.
hold on.
And then they'll try to tell you like, hey, don't worry, don't care about your father, don't care about your ancestors, don't care about where you came from. Just hey, identify yourself based on this color. Go on this freaking basically on the street and view your basically your entire history on basically what
On a color.
a white
So
European on a
basically
color, which is literally
people
delusional.
yeah, people should just be themselves.
It's
Yes. If you're a
not,
100%.
proud
again.
Nigerian,
Okay,
don't say I'm black.
okay,
Say
It's
you're
the
Nigerian.
la la
okay.
land
All right.
way of
Good.
thinking.
So
It's
Let's
just
allow wait, wait.
just to end that up on one thing, right? If the gentleman right there, and to be honest with you, when I read about the history, I'm really into history, and one of the things I notice about when you read about the history of African Americans or people that were taken from Africa and go over there, they have a lot of great leaders, they have a lot of great history they can contribute, but a lot of times, even right now, is that most of the African American community or people who are from the Caribbeans. I wouldn't say so much about it, but the African American community itself, the amount of time that they spend on talking about race based on a color, what a black race is, what a white race is, and instead of using so much of their time to get basically their compensation for the oppression that was done to them, talking about like,
everything's
hey,
about race in
this
America.
is
I don't know where you've been living at.
no.
But
If
you
everything
see,
was about
but
race in
but
America, you would have got yourself. Listen, you would have got yourself. Listen, the Jewish people in Europe got compensation. They got reparation. In their form. The people in Native Americans, they got some lands that were given to them. But the African Americans are always talking about race based on the color and who's black and who's white. But they're never talking about, hey, this is what's happening to us. We want what our forefathers, the people that were, that died and suffered, in the hands of Western imperialists, instead of saying like, hey, you owe basically a compensation for what the free labor of our forefathers did, and also another, instead of focusing on that, you're literally talking so much about race based on the color. No, you're saying that's what you said, but rarely do go to any group chat or that talks about basically African or whatever it is. It's always coming down to what is black, what is white, who's black, who's not. But it's never about, hey, let me get my own basically justice, real justice. That's the whole
it's just
point,
an easier way to identify people. It's just easier to identify people by their
how
race.
is it? Wait. So how is it that you're saying it's the easy way to identify when you yourself? If I tell you right now, hey, who's your father? Are you going to say he's black? Or are you going to tell me his name? Are you going to tell me what, say all this stuff? So how are you going to tell me, like, if I say, hey, where did you descend, where did you come from? That doesn't make sense. There are Indian people in Asia who are darker than most Africans.
Sri Lankans.
Are they considered black? No. So this is the thing. You literally
have you seen the Sentinelese people?
Yeah, so you have taken the literal definition of how Western Europeans have forced you to basically adopt and basically use that.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but let me break it down for you because it makes sense.
What?
Racially identifying people who look different makes a lot of sense. So let's take you guys, for instance. There's a couple of guys in the chat right now who are from Somalia, right? You've made it clear that you identify each other based on the clans you all are from, right? I'm from X clan, I'm from Y clan. That's ethnicity,
the tribe,
right?
Which is
right, cool.
Somalia, yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense in Somalia. But if you go to another country like England, or like the UK, or if you go to America, you would then no longer be the majority. You would become the minority in that country.
It don't matter. It don't matter. I could be born. Can I say something? Can I respond? I could be born in Panama. I could be born in Panama. I could be born in South Africa or even India. I'm not gonna let anyone identify what I am. I'm not gonna let an Indian tell me. Do you know? For example, in India, do you know what they call Africans? Do you know what they call them? Habshi. That's a derogatory term.
That's on you. Okay, cool. Good.
No, you don't listen to me. If I go to any country, why am I going to let the majority? No, you listen to me. Why am I going to let the majority?
Everyone has a name
for Africans. It's easier to identify the minority. Because if you go into a country where you're the minority, obviously you'd be.
Why should I accept the labels of the majority?
I want to ask a question.
Because we're living in the
Can I say something before that, Afrodamus?
Because you look different.
I live in the UK.
That's why you look different.
Hold on.
Duh.
Brother, I live in the UK. I live in the UK. What's it called? The fact that a lot of Somalis are told they're not black from day one. You could agree with me, all right? A lot of Somalis are told, oh, you're not black because you look different, or you're not black because you don't look like a certain type of way. So then again, if Somalis are told they're not black, then they're gonna create their own group, and then we're just gonna call ourselves Somalis.
Can I ask that guy? Can I? Well, bro, what's your name, by the way? I don't want to just say anything. What's your name?
Me.
No, yeah, you. I mean, but what do you call yourself? I don't see it over here, but I don't want to just say you. You know what I mean? But
who are you talking to?
But here's no you right now.
James. My name is James. Just call me James.
Okay. All right, James. All right. See, I'll try to call you your name. So here's the thing, right? Here's my question for you. If I would ask you right now, who is your father? What would you say? Would you say he's black, or would you give me his direct, your lineage? Would you give me his his name?
I would just tell you his name. I'll tell you who my father was. His name.
Okay. So why did you choose his name instead of him being black? Is that the correct way of identifying him, or is it?
Why would I say that though? If you ask me who my father was, why would I just ask? I would just respond to who the person was. If you're asking about an individual person.
But then, I'm telling you, here's the thing, because the reason why I asked you that question is because you yourself know that if anybody comes up to you and say that, hey, who's your father? You would not just tell me what color he is. You would tell me his name. Like, that means this is who you descend from. So when you tell me, for example, when you just say that, hey, anybody who just comes to, who comes to the Western world, right? And they basically, and you say that, hey, you just have to forget your lineage, forget your your
No,
clan,
you don't
your
have to
tribe.
forget anything. It's just so
No,
happens
no,
to
but
be the black
that's
race
but that's what you
experiences.
hold
but that's what
hold
you're
on.
alluding to.
So,
That's
so
what you're
guys,
alluding to.
from what I'm hearing, like, okay, the Somalis said saying they are not black. So the only people that can qualify to be black eventually in the Western world is West and Central African. It's been from day one, from when they brought the slaves here,
And some
and
East
I think
Africans.
and some East Africa. So I'm
No,
sensing.
those of
So
those. No, can I respond? Those of
no,
slave descent should be qualified to be called black in the New World, not
no,
Are
African.
Kenyans then the
wait,
Swahili trade
no,
not slave
because
descendants from the Arabs and
yeah,
Zanzibar?
yeah.
But listen,
So
I don't see
the people
why
who
this is so hard to understand. I mean,
the Western Hemisphere, I don't even think they should be called or they should view themselves as being black because they're more than that. They have a history. They have people that they see. There could be a tribe that is that's in
they have
an
their
African
own
tribe.
history.
Yeah, they have an African tribe that lives and resides in the Western world. So they should form their own tribe, regardless on how it is. It's just a federation. You can whatever you want to term it. But the thing is, I personally see. I could say I could tell that James, right? Okay, fine. You reduce yourself to a color and basically.
I'm not
Hold on.
reducing myself. I call
No,
myself
no, but I'm.
black.
No, but what I'm just saying seriously. But a lot of times when when I come across these type of discussions, I have a lot of things that I think about just from a general perspective. But I'm saying that you African Americans that just say
Can I
that
can I
use
interject?
Hold on,
color,
Can I
right?
interject?
wait.
They're
Can I
more
interject?
than that. So if you're more
Can I
than a
interject?
color, that means you have a father and mother. That means your grandparents and all this stuff, regardless who it is. But that's how you classify yourself. Your identity is who you descend from. Is that
It's not
simple,
even
to be
that.
honest?
Can I interject?
Y'all are making
We
it. Y'all are
Somalis have
making it
got history. Can
complicated. I
I?
mean, y'all are
We
just
Somalis have
overcomplicating
got
it.
thousands of years of history. Why are we going to reduce our identity to a color, which is a bastard
Okay,
label?
why? Because that's a mixed
Okay,
person's argument. Only a mixed person would say something like that.
Well, I couldn't care about mixed person. They're confused. They have no identity.
I
who's
can't.
echoing?
It's the guy who just joined. I can't
Hold
say
on.
words.
Okay, we have Kwesi haven't spoken in a minute. Kwesi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Kwesi, you were talking to Mo earlier before you were interrupted. You want to finish the conversation with Mo? Go for it.
Yeah, because Mo seems to be getting somewhere. Because I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to say in terms of the West Africans. Because he said something at the beginning when he was told that the West
Okay,
Africans need
shall I
to have
clarify?
In the UK, yeah.
Okay,
You're saying West
from
Africans need to
from
have
my
more
experiences in
power.
the UK, the majority of West Africans I met want to marry their own race, but the minority that I've also met don't want to marry their own women. And when I ask them why, they say that it's because of their preference. And then I asked them again. I asked them another simple question. I asked them, do you find the women attractive? Because just wanted to know from a personal perspective. And then some of them, the minority, some of them said yes. Some of them said no. And that's the reason why I put that as a point earlier. It's just from my own experiences.
I mean, you can ask anybody from any race the same question; they'll give you the same response.
Hold on. I'm trying to get someone. So let's say if a Ghanaian in the UK doesn't like Ghanaian ladies and he prefers, let's say, white ladies, white girls in the UK, what would you? And he chases, not necessarily chases the but when he sees a white girl that's nice, he tends to move to that, and he only prefers white. Would you classify that as self-hate?
Okay. With me, I'm gonna say this. Like as I said to Afro-Diamonds earlier, you can fall in love with who you fall in love with, outside of color and ethnicity. But again, as the sister earlier said, she said that you cannot go seeking other people. If you if you fall in love with as a person from a different ethnicity or a color, it happens. But again, you cannot go seeking. Huh?
Mo, sorry, Mo, I want to add something on a previous stream from 2 years ago. I remember these group of Caribbeans and West Africans were talking about Somalis, talking shit about Somalis. They were ganging up on this Somali brother. I stepped into the room, yeah. Then one guy said, yeah, why do you Somalis in UK separate yourselves? Then I told him,
it is not just us. It's no. How about this?
How about this? Can I add something? No, let me finish. The Turks are with their own community. The Pakistanis are with their own community.
That's
so
another
why
thing.
is it problematic? Why is it problematic?
When we're with our community,
with our own community. I want Somali population, inshallah. I want our population to reach 500,000. I want our population and kids.
Bro, we're only 18 million. We need to look after our own. That's what I'm trying to see. Look, this is what I'm trying to say.
So Somalis they're not with the Pan-African program.
No, I never said anything about the Pan-African. I said that there's a lot of cowards hiding behind and using Pan-Africanism as a shield for their own gain.
More, you want to
That's my
answer?
problem.
You want to answer Kwesi's question?
Okay, yeah. So see, Quincy, the one with brother with the Ghanaian flag. As I said earlier, from my experiences, I've met some people, a minority of West Africans, that don't want to go for their women, and when I asked them why, is because they said it's preference, and that's the reason why I put that point earlier. And the other question you asked was, what was it, brother? Again, I forgot. Got interrupted.
So wait, if Dr. R and Mo are saying that they Somalis will send the sick to Somalia and they want the population to go, then that Sierra Leone guy that called in yesterday saying Somali. No, wait, let me finish. The Sierra Leone guy who called in to say Somali girls are not open to being with West Africans, then that means you are confirming what he was trying to say, is that you guys are not open.
What do you say?
There was a Sierra Leone guy who called in yesterday on Afridam's show saying that when West African guys try to move to Somali ladies, or Somalis in general, they don't seem to be open to dating them. In that case, he would have a point in saying you guys prefer to stick to your own. However, other Africans.
So why is that problematic? Do you ever see Somali men ever approach West African women?
Brother. Let him speak. Let him speak. I'm gonna ask you a question, brother.
Let him talk more.
Yeah, let him speak.
Guys, let him finish.
You guys never let me finish, shouldn't it?
Let him talk.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
In that case, he was basically saying that Somalis stick to their own and don't really date him or other West Africans. In that case, he has a point in terms of I'm not saying he has a point in terms of, he said a lot of rude things. That's what I'm saying. But the part where he says that when West Africans approach Somali ladies, they don't really seem interested. So how do you see that? Because at the moment, you guys are cutting off other Africans. So basically, you're saying Somalis, men and Somali women just stick to you guys are not open to being with like Ghanaians, for example.
I'll answer this. See,
can I answer this quickly? Can I answer this?
Let him finish.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mo.
See, with Somalis, we're very homogeneous. As it said being earlier, and the fact that we also, our women and the Somali men want to marry each other. That's another thing. We prefer our own. It's not just the Somalis within the African community that prefer their own. Look at the Ethiopians; they prefer their own. Eritreans prefer their own. Sudanese prefer their own. It's not just the Somalis that prefer their own. And
ain't nobody making a big fuss. Somali people are the only one making that big fuss about that topic. What are you talking about?
I've not made a big. I was my whole point. For this whole argument, the point that I started with is there's a lot of cowards for me that are hiding behind the Pan-Africanism and using it as a shield to get what they want.
Okay, you're right. Yes, there's a small minority of black people who do that. Yes.
Also, Kwesi, I want to respond to you. Kwesi, I live in the UK. The UK is a white majority country. Do I have to marry a white woman?
Come again, I didn't hear what you said.
I said I was born and bred in the UK, and UK is a white majority country. Do I have to marry a white woman? If the UK government said that all ethnic men have to marry white women, would you marry a white woman if they were forcing it? Because I don't want to marry a white woman. Nor do I want to procreate with a white woman.
I guess I fall in love with one.
Should I let me try to clarify a couple of things.
Oh my God!
If you got
clarification.
Hold on.
What was the point you were trying to make?
Listen, let me interject one thing.
The thing is, James, about you right now is that I could easily say like, "Hey, that black guy," but I'm calling you your name, which is your true identity. So
okay,
hold on, relax, man.
Point in saying that though, like what?
Hold on. This is the point. Listen. Okay, listen carefully because I don't want to have to repeat myself. The first thing I'm trying to tell you is that people usually come together and form clusters of tribes and whatever ideology they have based on principles and values. Somalis, much like any other group, share the same principles and values, which they happen to form their language, culture, ethnicity, whatever you want to call it. That's how it happened, right? So a lot of these people who are talking about Pan-Africanism, or they're talking about race based on a color, their ideology, their principle and values don't align with the Somali or any
Exactly.
other group with the principle and values. So if you don't share the same principle and values, you cannot just come in and be like, hey, adopt this race based on the color. So I don't want to have to repeat myself again. And I'm pretty sure everyone is going to have this discussion tomorrow, the next day, or next
Dude,
week.
there
But
are
this is a
dark-skinned
basic
Somalians
logic.
who consider themselves black.
But hold on, but see, you
Again.
just proved my point again. The Somalis you're talking about, they have adopted your Western values and principles.
Oh,
That's
they
what they
adopted it
adopted.
because they're black. They're dark-skinned.
No,
No,
you,
brother, we're not
Let's
black.
take the
you,
word.
you
Let's
still
take
don't
the
get it.
word.
You still,
Yo, brother.
hold on.
Let's take,
I don't know how.
Brother,
Listen, I don't want to use the sign language, man, because
I
I
don't
want
want
you
to
to
even
really
use.
understand this. But what I'm trying to tell you is that people come together on a shared common ideology, right? And that ideology stems from a shared principle and values. Whatever you values you have based on, beliefs or whatnot. That's how people come together. So me myself, 100%, I see myself Somali. I know I can go back my ethnicity, basically my identity as 900 generations. So for me to know this, I basically interpreted that values and principles based on my common shares of people who value the same way. You, on the other hand, if you come across someone, I don't give a shit if they're Somali or not. If you come across someone who's white and they share the same values and principles as you, fine, you guys align together. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. People who share the same values and ideology, you can say that those people think like you, fine. But with us, the ones who think that share our common ideology or principles and values, this is what we believe in. So you have to learn to respect that. Just the same way you want to identify yourself, whatever it is way that you want to identify yourself, fine, go be it.
Brother, it's not
For
just the
me,
Somalis. It's so many other people that are like this. Why is it what's it called? The African Americans are coming for the Somalis. Not just us. It's the
Nobody's
Ethiopians. It's the
coming for
Arabians.
the
It's the Sudanese.
Somalis. Nobody's
Yeah,
going for it.
More. The
yeah,
other day I saw, like, on Clubhouse, right? I saw a
yeah,
video where
yeah.
there was some Somalis. Literally, they said they're running an auction, like selling, Africans, like West
What the
Africans,
hell?
basically. Yeah, like there's a video. In fact, I'll do. So they literally saying auctioning
Well,
in the
they're a bunch of
auction.
trolls. Like, I don't know why
Yeah.
They're
people are
trolls.
taking them
There's no other
serious.
way to
They're
Well,
it.
trolls.
no, but again, I understand people like to say things are trolly, but just the mindset where people are coming from, because my show is about
Yeah,
understanding how people think. Maybe people are
yeah,
programmed to think a certain way, but they didn't hear the other side. Like the race thing, it is white people's idea that people go with, but
exactly.
nobody had ever asked us, that are coming from Africa,
And
or
that's why I don't understand
like
people
who
that go
we
with it.
are, how do we identify ourselves, how do we see ourselves. People hold you to that standard. So these guys also, they are operating,
Yeah,
because even though they are from Africa
yeah,
originally, they separated themselves to see that, okay, West Africans and Central Africans are slaves. So therefore, they are the ones that are related to Black Americans. So Black Americans are slaves too. So they were auctioning. The program is to auction Black Americans and West Africans.
wow. Okay, then this is what I'm gonna say to those, because they're not mentally mature if they're gonna say stuff like that. I don't
Yeah.
agree with stuff like that.
Right. No. It's not a
Yeah,
matter of, see, I don't operate in terms of um, what's acceptable or not. People, it's just thinking process. I have nothing against anyone, but it's a discussion, because you want
yeah.
to know why the person thinks the way they think. But people
As
are so quick to condemn what someone is thinking instead of understanding.
yeah,
Like I don't, trust me, I don't like, as far as approval, that's crazy for somebody to say we are auctioning off West Africans, and and their people that descended from them, knowing
no.
knowing the history of that region and the people that came to the Americas is crazy. So you want to understand, where is this thinking coming from? You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
get what you're trying to say.
yeah, where's this coming
Um,
from?
The thing is coming from European
See,
ideology, which influenced a lot of the people that's living in the Western Hemisphere. That's exactly where the thing is coming from. It has nothing to do with Africa or how Africans identify themselves or anything to do with the historical facts of Africa. You know what I mean? How they practice and use their thoughts. All this stuff that's
I
coming
have
from
been in chat rooms, right? I've been in even like a South African chat room, and you know, like these guys we're disagreeing with each other. So they look at it, my name, you know, they associate my looks, because my picture is there, very West African. And the other guy's like, oh man, don't listen to him. You know, he's one of the descendants of those West African slaves. These are like South African people. These people from South Africa.
Didn't they go through apartheid?
But again,
you should look into Nairoland.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, that threw me off, because I'm like, so people that because other South Africans don't share that, but these people literally, from what I gather, is they see West Africans as the slaves. Like, it's like, oh, don't ignore this guy. He's one of the, descendants of those West African slaves they, sent to America. Without even asking me anything, they just came straight to that conclusion just from seeing a West African looking person.
But Afridamas, I can say the same. Can I respond? I can say the same thing about Nairoland. I've been watching that website for like a decade.
What is it called?
Nairoland is a Nigerian forum. It's the most disgusting website I've ever come across.
What does it show?
Well, if you look at it, it's a cesspool. It's a cesspool,
it's a forum from back in the day.
No, it's still about Nairoland.
What is it about?
You want me to say? All right, so it's basically a forum. I don't know if there's a lot of people in here that remember topics back in the day. This is like
yes. I remember that around topics. Yes.
All right, you probably would know who I am. But anyways, yeah. So there's these forums back in the day that used to exist, and people from white, black, it doesn't matter, Africans, Somalis, people used to go there, and pretty much it was really like free fall. People would say anything, all kinds of stuff. But it got really crazier back in the day. But I'm guessing Nara is also another offshoot, but that just deals with African.
No. It's a Nigerian forum. I've been on that forum many times. They attack, for example, it's very Islamophobic. They attack a lot of tribes from the Sahel, and they come for Horn of Africans. And no offense here, because of my misconceptions of that website, I can say that all Nigerians are the same. Because I know how some of them think.
Look, Dr. R, trust me.
No, but I'm telling you, that website spreads tribal hatred against certain Africans.
What is it called?
Nairoland.
It's Nairland.
Nairoland, like the Nigerian money.
Something like it's like that. But what Rod R is saying is saying that he doesn't want to generalize based on what he saw on those forums and what they were discussing, how they were talking shit about other people. So I understood exactly what he said. He's like, I don't let he's like, just based on seeing how they conducted themselves in those forums and how they view other people from the Horn or generally other Africans. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna let those few Nigerians. Basically, I'm not gonna generalize the entire, country or people based on how those few people conduct. Which I agree. Is basically common sense. But a lot of these people that use these forums, and especially when I personally come across people that use, try to be the gatekeepers based on who's black and who's white, who's black and who's the, all that classification terms. One of the things that I've noticed, the same so-called African, Pan-Africanists, they'll call Somalis or Horn of Africans, North Africans as not being black based on their futures, right? But when they look at the Tutsis, the Tutsis in Rwanda, they basically say that, oh no, these people are black. Why is that? Because they look exactly.
They have a percentage of. See, you're looking at haplogroups, bro, and what's it called?
No, I'm talking about the futures.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
then
about
also
based on
that
the
plays into
features.
haplogroups and
Hold on. More. Wait.
yeah.
So, think before you type, right? You
Yeah.
said they just look at the West Africans. We just look at the
No, not West Africans. I'm saying the Pan-Africanists, those people.
okay.
Yeah.
They look at Rwandans as
They would, this is how they try to say it, right? So they'll say that people who are from the Horn of Africa, Somalis, Ethiopians, Eritreans, and the Afars, the Bajas that live in Sudan, Sudanese, Egyptians, Libyans, North African, Moroccans, they'll look at those people and say like, no, you guys are not basically quote unquote the term being black
but
because your facial features don't look as don't look as black. But then they'll accept the Tutsis in Rwanda, who literally do look like people from the Horn of Africa,
okay.
and they'll say that, no, but I'm not saying they all do, but I'm saying like they do have their features, but then they'll say that,
Some,
yeah, but they have that
hold
feature
on.
as well, but they'll say like, oh, these people are African, even though their features are completely different from
But
the
do you
Bantus.
think the Pan-African is right? They say, okay, they go for Somalis because they've, like, for instance, what I've heard here, Somalis saying they are not black, they
But
don't want
Ethiopians would say the same thing.
I've seen videos from a long time ago, right? So when I speak on these things, people say I'm dividing, but I'm not dividing people. I'm just laying it out. Like I just gave you example. For me, I'm in a chat. Even the people from the South African area, they say, oh, like I gave you the example. They say, oh, he's just one of the descendants of the slaves, the West African slaves. So when you remove white people out of the equation, the other parts of Africa, they see the West Central African or looking people as the slaves, you see? So I never take it to heart. And then I saw this Somali, video where these people are, some might say they're trolling, but they're literally auctioning, saying they're auctioning off slaves. This was a real thing in people's life, like real history.
And let me guess, they were dark skinned, right?
No, we didn't see their pictures. We didn't see their picture. Like, to me, it's
Are you
like
saying
I'm just seeing it for exactly what it is. I just want to know where.
Do you agree that slavery existed, since time of history, right?
Right.
And
No,
no,
like,
hold on, let me finish. Slavery did exist, and the word even slave comes from Europeans who were considered Slavic people.
Yeah.
No, but why
what I'm
is
saying,
slavery associated to West Africans? That's my point.
Because
But
see,
he-
brother,
but
this
he-
why. See,
here's the
let me
thing,
say
though.
something. I was gonna interject and say something. See, the reason this is why I feel like slavery is associated with West Africans is the fact that what's it called for 400 years, African Americans have been talking about what happened to them in slavery and not taking enough action, not taking enough incentives. This is what I feel like, and I feel like
African Americans are not the only ones enslaved.
affected by it. Yes, there's a lot of
there's Brazil, there's
I was gonna get to that. South America,
all these places.
Yeah,
So
I've even
African
heard the saying.
Americans are even in the minority group.
Yes, I even heard the saying, "I'm not black, I'm Dominican," because they're trying to escape their past. I've heard of it all, and I think
mean, if you want to get really technical, bro, Mo, it's like I would actually say that I've come across a lot of people from Black Americans that really did say that they were part Indians, Native Americans.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I mean, oh, why do you look different? Or why is your hair this way? They would always quote
that's in the UK.
and always say that
I'm
they're
not,
from.
See,
they're descent also mixed with
because
Native
because
Americans.
Black
about
Americans are diluted.
Guys,
See,
one at a time.
See, Mr. T, I'm not. What was your name, brother? The one with the T.
Yeah.
Magaga, what's your name, brother?
Dr. R.
It's good that T like.
Okay, T. Okay, I'll just call you Mr. T. Okay, Mr. T. I was gonna say this. See, this is my point. West Africans, the problem with slavery, or this is what I was gonna get into. Slavery is always associated with West Africa, is because see, I think it's because of social media, and I think it's because of all the see the word nigger. Why is it still used? Why is that word still used till today? Why? I've got so many questions. Why is it portrayed? Why is that word portrayed?
But you know, it's like we just gotta be real. Like West Africans or their descendants in America and the Caribbean, we have no control over the word. You know, so if we're gonna be real, we really do not have control over the word.
Africanist, you have what happens, right? But we have on how to dictate and what we think. You know what I mean? Information we get. Basic lesson for one who's watching. I see those, you know.
Hold on, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, you got me. All right.
Oh
but,
man, we're losing you again. Hold on,
right.
Dr. R. Dr. R, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know
Dr.
if you can
R,
hear me
didn't
now.
you hold on? So, Dr. R, didn't correct me if I'm wrong? Didn't I hear you before say you are into West African women? You're attracted to West African women?
No, Caribbean women.
But, well, Caribbeans are West Africans, West Central. I mean, they just got relocated. They look like they look
same
like
Dr. R,
same.
why are you attracted to
stuff.
West African women?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I'm
Dr. R,
Caribbean women.
because no, Dr. R, Caribbeans are West Africans. Like there is literally I've seen you drop them.
Not to him, it's not.
Yeah, if they don't talk, if most of them, if they don't talk, you're not gonna know they're West Africans. Literally.
Yeah,
they look very different.
No, they are though. They are West Africans. They are descendants of West Africans.
Yeah, they're descendants of West Africans. Like I've met Jamaicans. There's no difference. Most of them, to be honest.
Exactly. Caribbean.
I've met Jamaicans that like they look very, very Gambian, like super Gambian. You know, like I can't tell until they open their mouth, but they look very Gambian. You cannot tell the difference. So if you're into Caribbeans, that means you like, unless you say the mixed Caribbeans. But if you're into your typical Caribbean, that means you're talking West Africa. So, because Mo was saying, if you're into like, why aren't you proud of being with your own people? And Dr. R, you said you're Pan-Somali. You said you're Pan-Somali, but you want to be with West Africa.
I'm Pan-Somali myself. I want to be with my women. I love my women.
You're part
and I'm always gonna go for my women first.
What's your other part?
What? For which point? Which point did you want me to go?
No, you said you were part Somali.
See, no, not part. I said pan.
Okay.
See, yeah, this.
So more, you would disqualify Dr. R of being a staunch nationalist Somalis for.
I'm not. I wouldn't lecture people about their preference. If that's for me, I would advise him to go for his women. I would advise him to go for his women.
You're changing it because with Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah. So this is what I was gonna say.
You said it was self-hate.
I was gonna make the point. I'm gonna say this. This is my say. I'm gonna say that I would advise him to go for his women, and I'll say that he should put his women first.
But is it self-hate? Is it self-hate? Because no. But Kwame Nkrumah, you didn't hesitate. You said it's self-hate.
It's not self-hate because I've not met a Somali that has eternal self-hate.
Wait, hold on.
Man,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah. I gotta ask Kwesi this because Kwesi engaged. Kwesi, can you hear me?
Okay, can I clarify my point? Can I clarify my point?
Wait more.
Yeah.
Kwesi,
can I clarify my point?
Wait, give me a second.
Okay.
Kwesi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Okay, Kwesi, didn't you and I both? Maybe I'm confused. You can.
But I'll clarify my point.
Well, hold on, Mo. Kwesi, didn't we hear Mo say that when I mentioned that Kwame Nkrumah married an Egyptian, his answer was Kwame Nkrumah, hated himself. Am I wrong? Did I hear it wrong?
No, that's exactly what he said. He said Kwame Nkrumah is
the
one
question is, did Cuomo see himself?
Yeah, but now he's shifting. African. He's moving
No, but I'll clarify what I said if you guys would let me.
When Dr. R is attracted to West African women, he's via Caribbean, the self-hate is moving.
Dr. can say, yeah.
About it. This is actually the way.
But with the Somali now, Mo is saying there's no self-hate.
But listen,
so he's not being fair.
Can I respond?
No. But listen, you made a good, but here's the difference. You could be attracted to there's
See, brother, right? This is what I was gonna say. If you let me clarify, he never married a Jamaican woman. He never married a Caribbean woman.
No, but he's attracted to them. That's what it starts from that.
See, brother, but you're not looking at the context.
Attracted to someone else.
Dr. R.
Or
Mr. T, let me respond, please.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Dr. R, are you also attracted to Somali women as well?
I'm attracted to Somali women as well.
But
yes.
Exactly. But you're not looking at Afridamus. You are not looking at the whole context. He's also attracted to Somali women.
Wait.
This is my point. I said if you marry, you marry a woman from outside of your race, then you are self-hating. He never married
but he expressed that he's attracted to them. That's the part. He's attracted to them.
Hold on.
And he's gonna walk just like yesterday to Niger, and the other Pan-Africanists, they want the Somali women. How is that different from Dr. R wanting the West African women?
Okay.
Here's the thing. What is wrong with hold up. Anybody who's a human being can look at any group of people in the world and can find attractive people within it.
There's
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But what you're trying to say is that you're trying to conflate being attracted to someone else who's a different part of ethnicity to basically saying that, you're going to settle with them. It's to do different things. That's two different topics.
No, I get that, but more in this same conversation, Mo did say Kwame Nkrumah, and he's met West Africans, he was specific, who are just not into their own women.
I said married. You look at the context. I said married.
But
okay. Do we agree? I said
married. I never said liking. What's it called? We are men. In the end of the day, we are going to like other women. But my point is, if you marry outside of your race, then you're self-hating.
You're saying it's just practice, like practicing.
No. My point is no. I said. Look, this is my point. What I said was, what's it called? It's fine. I said, if you marry outside of your race, then you're self-hating. We are men. We're going to like other women.
Well done. Is Dr. R a sellout then?
But you see,
no, but he never married. He never married a.
We don't know. He might be working. He might be working his way there. Is Dr. R a sellout? Because he said he's a Somali. He said he's a Somali nationalist. Is Dr. R a sellout?
Yeah,
but then again, you're gonna have to ask Dr. R.
No.
Marry a Caribbean woman. He said, Dr. R, did you marry a Caribbean woman? Yes or no?
No, but Dr. R might be. Exactly. He's not married. What I'm saying.
How is it set up?
Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
You're really great, Afidamis. I'm just gonna say one thing. You're really great as basically flipping and seeing, by changing the narrative based on how it is.
Exactly.
You're smart for that. No, hold on. But you gotta listen. He asked. Listen. But he's right though. He's right. Seriously, I'll give him props for that because you gotta call a spade a spade. But here's the thing though. And this is where you have to also really you have to be I know you're intellectually honest, but you have to be also consistent with it. So here's the thing, even if Dr. R, right, if he said that he finds other people attractive or all this stuff, absolutely, hold on, you would be insane to only say, to not find other groups of people.
Okay,
people
we're talking about marriage,
dude.
Realistically,
hold on.
Of course, marriage. Would you marry a woman or not?
But listen, he's not even married to any other woman. What do you
let's just say though, because he's a nationalist, right? That's an easy question to answer.
But I've got a question for you. Does a nationalist have to do? Can I say something? Does a nationalist?
Guys, you gotta allow James to ask the question because I think James heard. James also heard. Yeah, go ahead, James.
I heard it too. Hey, Dr. R, quick question, man. Hey, would you marry a Somalian woman or not?
Can you repeat the question again?
Would you marry a Somalian woman or not?
Harder, Neil.
Of course I would. Of course I would. I don't even live. Can I say something? I don't even live in an area where there are Somali or,
What about Jamaica?
or African
there he
women.
goes. Look at him. There he goes. Beatboxing.
No, but he's right
So
though.
proud.
Seriously,
He was
listen.
so proud to be Somalian a minute ago.
Yo, hold on, James. Now you just doing the sound smart. I'm not even around Somali people. Hold on. I'm not even around a lot of the people.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, African is like African.
Yeah,
he's smart in like. Of course, he has you know what I mean. He can play both sides of the story. I can see that. But listen, James, this is where you have to understand. Even though I'm not around, a bunch of Somalis and all this stuff, but I was growing up and I always view my people as my own. And at the same time, even though I'm going to get married, I'm actually, of course, I already see myself as my, as my people. But so for you on the other hand, James, you would not even basically, if the question was asked to you, you would probably say, yeah, you would marry, you know what I mean? Anyone else basically.
No. Hold on.
Would that be correct?
Hold on. Think before you type, right? You have to remember this conversation already happened. James heard what I heard.
Exactly.
Kwesi heard what I heard.
We all
Mo heard it. Mo already gave his verdict when he was Kwame Nkrumah, mind you. Marrying the Egyptian.
But you're not looking at the context.
Wait. Hold on.
Say it right now, African.
Hold on.
Clearly, so we'll answer it.
Mo did not. He did not hesitate. Okay, he didn't hesitate. He said, in fact, not only Kwame Nkrumah, he's met other West Africans who's expressed. Who's expressed. That is like, but now wait. Now, when Dr. R, he finds out Dr. R, in fact, is interested in dark meat from the West. Like all of a sudden, he wants to move the goalpost. So my question is, hold on, because you didn't hesitate, Doctor. Like Kwame Nkrumah, he's a self-hater, meaning sellout. So is Dr. R, who did not hesitate to say he's a pan-Somalis. Is he a sellout?
Here's the question where you clearly you're not really answering.
I'm going to put my argument into context.
This is for Dr. R. Is Dr. R a sellout?
I'm going to put this into context of what I said earlier. I said earlier, if you marry within outside of your own race, then you're a sellout. I never talked anything about preference. Preference is just the argument you brought into this.
But more. Remember why Kwesi? Remember why Kwesi was questioning you? You remember?
Yes. If I remember.
Hold on. Yeah. There's a reason why Kwesi was questioning you. Let me allow question, because I remember why Kwesi, the questions he was asking you. There's a reason why he started asking you, because of what you said. So let's allow Kwesi to tell us why he was asking you. Kwesi, go ahead.
Yeah, and asking in regards to, I was saying to you, you said to me, if someone goes out of their ethnic group and seeks, this is the keyword, seeks another ethnic group, you call that self-hate. If Dr. R is seeking another ethnic
but then he never seeked it. He said he likes them. There's a difference. There's a difference between liking someone and seeking out someone.
We're talking about marriage, dude. We're not talking about sex.
There's where you guys are contradicting yourself.
The whole time.
There's where the Ghana flag brother and Afrodamus are contradicting themselves. They mix it up. Look, let me speak. You guys are mixing up.
You guys are going around circles.
They're mixing up someone for liking someone as someone seeking out someone. There's a clear contradiction there. I said marry within outside.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Can I finish?
So you're telling me, Dr.
Can I finish?
Dr. R did.
But Dr. R said he likes.
You just heard him. You just heard him.
No. But he said yes. He said he likes Caribbean women. He never said he's gonna seek Caribbean women out. He never said that. He never said he's going to seek them out. I said if you seek them out, then you're a sellout.
So there's the context. The one factor you also, Afridamus, the one factor you also kind of not really being connecting the dots, which is, Dr. R, of course, if he finds another woman who's attractive, who's also basically Muslim and all this stuff, if they have to share common
really,
listen, it's not.
Wait, did you guys hear this? Do you guys hear this?
Let me finish. Hold on. But see, this is why you guys have.
You know what?
You guys are not being consistent,
You know what?
and we are.
First, hold on.
We're Somali, we're Muslim.
No.
But hold on. We're Somali, we're Muslim, right? But you guys are not being consistent with your questions. But every time we answer in a consistency, you try to change the subject or say anything else.
Wait. There's a difference, between liking someone and seeking someone out. Aphrodite, you mix that up, and then you put that you put it in a different context for people to think that I'm contradicting myself. I never contradicted myself.
No,
I said a clear statement.
Hold on, more. You do realize Dr. R have said in other panels that he would in fact pursue these women. You do realize this, right?
And why did you not say that from the start?
Listen. So hold on. If we pursue it and all this stuff, right?
No. Hold on. You know what?
Hold on.
Instead of you, look, Dr. R is here.
Okay. Let's just say I agree.
Can you just let him talk? Hold on. Leave Dr. R. Let Dr. R talk for himself. Allow Dr. R. Dr. R.
You already said it though.
No, allow Dr. You heard him.
No, I know, but let's just say he said that, right? But the question is, if he said it, why is it that you guys only care about Somalis?
But when you say you guys, who is you guys?
No, I'm not saying, but no, I'm saying like the way you guys are framing the question.
No, let Dr. R talk. Let Dr. R talk. Dr. R, are you there?
Yeah, Dr. R is real quiet.
This is hilarious.
Dr. R, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
So, Dr. R, according to Dr. R, if we go by, Dr. R, so you being a Pan-Somali nationalist, according to most definition,
you're mixing up the context.
Hold on, more. According to most criteria, how
what is the criteria? Hold on. What is the criteria? I mean, you have to be consistent. What is the criteria?
Hold on. Trust me.
No, but you say his criteria though, so you gotta be specific. Okay, what is the criteria of Mo?
You have to remember this.
But that's what I'm saying. If you let me speak my context, then I'll tell you the criteria.
And then you can continue.
See, the criteria that I said for myself, my criteria was it called? If you marry and seek outside of your own race to other women, then you have self-hatred. That's what I said about the Ghanaian. See, but then he said, but then again, can I clarify? But Dr. R clearly said he doesn't seek out. From what you said, from your quote,
exactly.
he said
Can you let Dr. R talk? Can you let Dr. R talk? Where's Dr. R? Dr. R, can you hear me?
He wasn't say anything because he was.
Dr. R, are you there?
No, he's there, but he's not going to say anything. I bet
he left. Dr. R left.
You said.
Yo, hold on. You should be the last person talking about the situation. Trust me.
Hey, James.
You should be the last person talking about mixing all this stuff.
Hold on,
James. You should be the last person talking about, because even African American women don't even try to. Every time you see them, they're actually talking about being with anyone else but black man. So trust me, you don't want to come across with this situation.
Wait, more.
Yes.
Okay, hold on, more. Don't say anything, right? Wait a minute.
Oh, but you're gonna let me speak afterwards.
More.
Can I speak afterwards after you ask me this?
No, hold on. More. Myself here, and the audience, and James right here, Kwesi. We both confirmed that we heard your definition. So according to your definition, Dr. R would be a sellout then.
Again,
he would be.
I don't. No, you're not hearing my definition correctly. Then I said if you personally seek out woman from another ethnicity or a woman from another.
He said he would. He said he would.
But listen. Yeah, but again, if you marry or seek out, that's why I said I never said like. You're putting words into my mouth. There's a context to that.
You're telling them over and over again. It's just going over their heads. I don't know why.
They're not hearing my context.
It's not going over anybody's head.
James,
my context was there from the start.
That's going over head. Exactly.
Yeah, but my context was there from the start. I said not like. I said if you marry or seek out intentionally another woman, then you're a sellout. He said, and from your own mouth, Aphrodite, you said that he likes Caribbean women. And from that context, then I'm right. From that context.
You gotta understand, Aphrodite, he's a host and a troll at the same time. So he knows how to play the game in this situation.
Yeah, exactly my point.
Hold on.
Because Aphrodite is smart for flipping flipping the table here and there. But
wait a minute.
Aphrodite, even
Hold on, Kwesi. Hold on.
This is too
Because
funny.
you know why this is even important. Kwesi was having a conversation with Mo. There was a reason why Kwesi was having this conversation. So, because Mo now is flip flopping.
What did I flip flop on?
Wait.
You said I flip flop. What did I flip flop on?
Hold on.
Yeah.
So, Kwesi, you were asking more questions. So, from what you've heard so far, is more flip flopping, Kwesi?
What did I flip flop on? If you say I flip flop, I want to hear this.
No, wait. Let Kwesi answer. I'll tell you.
Of course, he's flip flopping because he said the part where he's flip flopping the most. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
The part he's flip flopping
This
is
guy,
that he said Kwame Nkrumah was a self-hate for marrying outside.
He did say that.
So in his case, he's basically trying to say, as long as Dr. R doesn't marry outside, then he's not self-hate. But if he does seek a particular ethnic group outside his group and marries them, then there will be self-hate, right? Mo.
See, you're putting a different context to my context. What I said, and listen to it again. I said, if you seek out intentionally and marry a woman from another, What?
Yeah, that was a good point.
I spoke to Quincy and I told Quincy the same thing, and he knows. I said that if you seek out, didn't I say that, Quincy? Yes or no?
What?
Come on, Afrodamas, now you act like
don't troll. You're trolling. I said from my other
you're a host, shouldn't be trolling Afrodamas.
I clearly said this.
You gotta
and the people in the chat can hear this.
What? Hey,
I've said it several times.
Hold on. Let Mo talk. Let Mo and Kwesi talk.
See,
okay.
Afrodamas.
Let them talk. Mo, talk to Kwesi. Talk to Kwesi.
Okay.
He's the one asking you.
See, Quincy, you said I flip flopped. And and the point you given was invalid because if you heard the context to my argument, I said if you seek out a woman from another race and marry her intentionally, then you're a sellout.
Like this.
If you like other women, if you can't.
James, why are you getting nervous? James, why are you getting nervous? Let him talk.
Let me finish.
James, let him talk.
I said.
Can I finish? Why are you getting nervous, man? Let him talk.
See,
though.
I said if you look. I said only that sentence as a context. But if you like other women as a man, that can happen. But I said if you intentionally seek out another woman from another race and marry her, then you're a sellout. And from Afrodamas' words, let me finish.
I approve that.
Okay, but let me finish. Afrodamas, can I finish? I was gonna say you said with your own mouth. You said Dr. R said he likes Caribbean women, and from that context, I'm right.
He said it. Yeah. This is not the first time. He said it in other platforms.
So what? He said it multiple times.
In fact, and he even confirmed it. But allow Kwesi to talk. Go ahead, Kwesi.
When you like a particular ethnic group, it's the same as seeking them to some extent.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is because
liking an ethnic group and putting your people ahead is two different things. It's not the same.
Different things.
I can like a white woman, but I know I'm going to marry a Somali woman. There's a difference.
Yo, how are you guys? Yo, is this Quincy guy? Cute. Listen, how are you guys seriously talk about you have common sense when you can't even literally see basic knowledge? Like, you know what I mean?
The point I'm making is there, bro. NMCT.
No, you gotta say.
You guys should go back.
What you're saying.
Hold on. Think before you type. You guys are. After this, you need to go and watch. And wait, you need to go and watch, right? And hear what Mo said. Go ahead, Kwesi. Just go back and watch.
Let me speak to Mo. Everybody shush. Everybody mute your mics. Mute your mics. I want to speak to just Mo.
Okay,
so Mo,
everybody here.
If you're ethnic group, you can like other ethnic groups, right? You can like particular ethnic groups.
Yes.
But if you go on to marry the group, that's when you call it self-hate.
Yes, and I'll explain why. See, if you, I can like a white woman, but I know in the end of the day that I'm going to marry a Somali woman, and I'm going to put my people first, and I'm going to give my wealth and my what's it called? My basically my name to my to a Somali child. I'm going to marry a Somali woman that's the same as me, so we have better understanding. And I always will put my Somali women first. But liking it.
Hold on, more.
But that's where they have the issue.
Hold on, more. If a Somali, right? You being a staunch Somali. If a Somali said they would never marry a Somali woman because they.
But then again, you're bringing a whole different context.
Hold on. Wait. If a Somali who's pan-Somalis, would you trust that they said they would never marry a Somali woman because they are too religious?
Say
What
again.
level
Say
is
the
that?
question
Wait,
again.
wait,
I
wait,
didn't
wait,
hear you.
Wait, more. Would you say
Too
that person
religious.
is a sellout?
Who?
If a Somali said they would marry a Somali woman because they're too religious, would you say that woman that person is a sellout?
See, Afrodamus, I'm going to wait, Afrodamus. I'm going to answer your question in a way that
no. You should answer this.
Okay,
Then you can ask me.
Listen to this. But then again, you're
Afrodamus, how
asking
come
me
you're
a
never
question
asking me
from
a
a
question at all, man?
wait. Exactly. See,
No,
Afrodamus, you're
just
asking
answer.
me. Okay, let me speak.
What would
Afrodamus,
you say to that?
Okay, but I'll answer. Afrodamus, you're asking me a question from a whole different context. If you're gonna ask me a question from the whole other context, let me finish the context I'm on right now.
Hold on, let me rephrase it. Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
If
Mo, you've been talking a lot, man.
you being a Somali, right? And like you said, if you marry other people outside of your people, you're a self-hater, you're a sellout. So if you know that a Somali, like you said, they would never marry a Somali woman because they're too religious. They like West African women. Would you consider them a sellout?
What?
Wait. I'm going to ask you a question. Wait, no.
What kind of
Listen, wait.
Just answer the question.
Now you're reaching, bro. Now you're reaching. I swear to God.
Wait, Doctor. Wait
a minute. Wait,
Afrodamus.
Think before
wait, I've got a question to ask you. You said, Afrodamus, I've got a question to ask you. You said earlier I contradicted myself.
No,
you said that earlier I was flip-flopping. I want to ask you, in what statement of mine that I said earlier was I flip-flopping?
Hold on. The flip-flop, that's between you and Kwesi. But
no, but you said I was flip-flopping. You said
it.
You know what? You said it. He said it, yes, but I answered this question. I want to hear you say where I was flip-flopping.
Because you said Kwame Nkrumah, marrying the Egyptian equals self-hate.
Yeah.
You said that, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Meaning he married this Egyptian because she's not one of his people in Ghana.
Yes, so and that was my hunch at the time, yeah.
That would mean he's a sellout. That means first he had interest in the Egyptian woman and married her. So if someone, I'm giving you an example because he's a Ghanaian nationalist and eventually, wanted to rule Africa as a Pan-Africanist. So a Somali,
but how can you be a supporter of Pan-Africanism and marry outside your race?
Well, don't focus on that. So Somalis are different from West Africans, right?
Yeah. We have differences, yeah.
Okay, for Somali, because you said a Somali would have married a Somali and they would have united with the North. You said this. No problem.
No, what did I say? Say that again. I didn't hear properly. What did I say?
Like a Somali who would have, a Pan-Africanist Somalis.
I never talked about Pan-African Somali.
No, that was Dr. R. He said they would have married a Somali. So now you said Kwame Nkrumah, was a self-hater and didn't love his people. Now, hold on, with a Somali, right? Because Somalis stick with
Afrodamus, you got to put it in context, though, bro. Listen, you got to put it in context.
Hold on, think before you talk. Hold on. Think before you. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. You can't interrupt the host. So he clearly said that Kwame Nkrumah is a sellout. So if a Somali who is interested and said they would never marry Somali because they are too religious, he wants nothing to do with it. What would you say to that? Would that person be a sellout?
Okay, then I'm going to give you
for Mo.
Yes or no?
This is for Mo. Think before you talk. This is all for Mo. Mo, when you answer this,
come on,
just
African. You gotta give me questions to answer too, man.
No.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna ask you.
This is for Mo. Mo is the center of this, and he will talk to Kwesi.
Okay. From this whole argument, it derived from what Dr. R said. And from you asked me on my context that I said earlier on Dr. R's statement. And I made that clear. You guys said I was contradicting myself, and I proved I was not contradicting myself.
Is it
and now,
yes or no?
Let me finish. I proved I was not contradicting myself, and now you're taking this context outside of it to make me look silly. Wait.
No. More.
Wait.
I would never make more. You don't even think about it.
I'll give you Afro-Davis. You're smart. I'll give you that. You're looking for a way for me to contradict myself.
No,
You're playing devil's advocate.
I wouldn't.
Look.
Remember. Hold on. You know what? More.
Yeah.
You're dancing around, but why don't you answer Kwesi's question about you being contradicting yourself?
And what was Kwesi's question? Ask me that.
Okay, talk to Kwesi.
Go on.
Yeah, so Mo, so you're basically saying that you basically said Sikh, innit? So basically, the only thing separating Dr. R and Kwame Nkrumah is that Dr. R hasn't married the group he prefers or desires, right?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question as well.
But answer his question.
I will answer. I will answer after this. I promise. Look,
question.
But you said okay. Let me speak to him then. Let me speak to him without somebody else coming in. Okay. What was your name, brother?
Yeah, Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. Quincy, I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you like other women from other races?
But more answer.
Wait, I will answer it. I will answer it. Come on. Answer me this question. Do you like other women from other races?
Do I like other women? What in what? See,
okay. Do you find them attractive?
Generally speaking, no. But if I found one that I find attractive, then I'll like her.
Okay, but you're telling me you don't find other women from other races attractive?
I mean, realistically speaking,
No,
we're
generally
men. We like
speaking, no.
women. Period. We like the shape.
That's exactly my point. So again, wait, Quincy. Okay, let me finish this. Let me finish this. Quincy, do you find other women from other races attractive? Yes or no? Simple answer.
Attractive. Some of them, yeah.
Okay, my point is that's part of being a man. You're going to find other women from other races attractive. My statement was clear from the start. I said if you intentionally seek out women from other races and marry them, then you're a sellout. So how in a way was I contradicting myself on my first statement?
Because first of all, you didn't say that at first.
I did. You go check the video.
You acted like
you could go check the video.
Okay, you acted like there was a distinction between the word seeking out and marrying. You kept saying.
Wait. Seeking out. Listen. Seeking out and marrying, there's no difference. I said seeking out intention. If you're seeking out somebody, then you have the intention to marry them. But what I said, what Aphrodite said with his own words, where Dr. R said he likes Caribbean women, and those are two different contexts. And Dr. R tried to mix them up, so he makes me look silly.
So
take them out of context.
No, I'm not trying to make you look silly.
Huh? You're saying
I'm not trying to make you look silly.
Pardon?
I'm not trying to make you look silly. I'm just going off of what you said.
You that was funny.
he didn't hesitate. He said Kwame Nkrumah
was Caribbean women, though. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
As a man, you're going to like other women from other races.
Not other women. His preferred woman is Caribbean.
Then again, you said that right now. But again, I'm talking about the points that you said. See, but you made that statement right now. I'm talking about the statements that you said earlier.
He did.
Yes, but you said that statement right now, and that takes the context out of the statement that I was talking about earlier.
Aphrodite, hold on. You want me to? Can I make a point right now? Hold on. Can I make a point right now? Because it seems like everyone was talking, right? All right. So you have here James, especially this guy over here, James, right? I'll try to be more respectful to you, but listen, man, and listen carefully for real though. You yourself know exactly that if you are going out with a white or any other woman, your own woman would look at you and your own people would look at you and say you're a sellout. You know what I'm saying? Do we hear that here in the African American communities?
What? I wish you guys didn't dance around when it came to Kwame Nkrumah, but continue.
Okay, but this is the point I was trying to make. Me personally, I find Somali woman to be the most beautiful woman, hands down. You know what I mean?
Okay,
so
are you Somalian yourself?
Of course I am.
Same.
So,
okay. I find Somali women beautiful as well, and I'm Somali.
Okay,
so
listen.
Dr.
R Somalian? Okay,
huh?
so how come he can't say what you just said? How come he can't say what you just said then?
What do you mean? How come he can't say what you? Hold on.
If Dr. R is also Somalian, why can't he have that same love for his own women like you do?
What are you talking about?
Why does he have to
literally
go all
said
the way
that.
over there to Jamaican them to say?
Hold on.
He said he likes Somali women too. Well, you're not listening to him. He said he likes Somali women too.
He didn't say
he likes Caribbean and Somali women.
that.
He said he said he likes Somali women too.
Hold on, Mo. Let me say something, bro. Afrodamus, you got to really correct the record, man. When people come over here and they're talking, right? You got to also make sure you got to correct them, because this guy James right now, he's also making up stories, and he's basically making up straight up lies.
What did he make
What did I make up?
Okay.
What did I make
All
up?
right, but hold on. So pay attention.
What did James make up?
Okay,
All
let him
right.
speak. He's gonna clarify it.
So all right, let me exactly say. So James literally just said right now that when I said, I find Somali women to be the most beautiful, you know what I mean, woman, hands down. You know what I mean? And Mo feels the same way, right? And also Dr. R felt the same way. But here's the difference. James actually right now, he said, oh, how come he doesn't feel the same way that you feel about Somali women?
You don't think he's got legit questions?
Hold on, but hold on, hold on again. Don't try to interrupt when I'm trying to make a point. I'm going to expose your lies right now, man. Because Dr. R and even Afrodamus, you know exactly. Dr. R, when he was talking about other women, he was talking about attractiveness, right? So he was saying that.
I don't know that. I've heard him many times. Okay. So if he's
so what if you hear him many times or not? But he's not marrying them, right? Because listen,
but how do we know that? It's okay.
What? Because he clearly. Okay, wait.
If you don't know,
I'll clarify. He said when I asked him the simple question, "Do you like Somali women?" He goes to me, "Yes." And then I'm asked him a question: "Are you going to marry a Somali woman afterwards?" Okay, he said to me, "Yes."
He doesn't know that. He's attracted to Jammeh.
He said it with his own mouth. He's gonna marry a Somali woman.
Nah,
he didn't say that. You know what?
Replay the video.
Maybe am I the only one? Listen, Mo. Seriously, am I the only one that literally listened to what Dr. R was saying? Even though this is the first time I'm hearing what he was saying.
Yeah, you did.
Even earlier, he said when you were asking him these questions, he himself said that. He's like, I'm not even around where a lot of Somali people live. So usually that indicates that the place wherever he's at or he's from, he's not basically around a lot of Somali people. So therefore, he's going to come across different people. And hold on. Let me finish. James.
Okay, let me finish the point. I want to hear this.
Again, hold on. Notice how. Listen.
Okay.
Notice James.
Quincy, let me
how he
finish, Papa.
cannot.
Wait.
Notice how James cannot handle what I'm about to say right now.
No. Think before you type. You're trying to save Dr. R when we all heard what he said. Like, literally, you're playing lawyer when we already heard. He didn't say all these things you're saying.
No. Are you saying
that? Wait. I'll clarify for what he said and the questions I asked him.
And remember,
wait.
He doesn't live around Somali people. That was one of the things
I asked him, and Afrodamus, you heard this as well. I asked him, do you like Caribbean women? When he told me he likes Caribbean women, I instantly asked him, do you like Somali women? He said yes. So again, I'm going to ask you another question, Quincy.
I'm sure Kwame Nkrumah likes Ghanaian women too.
Yes, but then he also said he likes other women too. That's my point.
So then
wait.
Okay, good. So from your logic, if you calling Kwame Nkrumah a self-hater for that, then
yes, but again,
what would you call a Somali that likes other women?
But then again, you're taking it out of context. I'm trying to answer this. I'm trying to answer this question. And you're asking me another question.
What am I taking out of context?
Let me say
because again, you're asking me 3 questions at the same time. I'm trying to answer this question, and then you're trying to ask me another question on top of that.
What am I taking out of context?
Because you're asking me 2 different questions at the same time, and I'm not allowed to finish my point. See, as I was saying to Quincy, what Dr. R said was clear. He said he likes Somali women and he likes Caribbean women, and in general, I'm thinking that he like. See, as men, we like other type of women, yes. But at the end of the day, I'm going to speak for myself. I am going to marry my Somali women. I'm going to put them first, and I will always will. That's my perspective on this. But again, what Afrodamus said, Afrodamus and Quincy tried to do earlier was try to mix up the context of what I said, and that's what I didn't like. That's the reason why this whole debate started.
Okay,
the context of what was misjudged.
That's what he said. You can't be mad. That's what he actually said. Like, what are you mad about? We clearly asked him, what kind of women does he like? He clearly said Caribbean. Like, why are you mad about that? He actually said that. He clearly said that he preferred Caribbean.
Yeah, but then I also asked him, do you like Somali women? And he said yes. But then what?
No, Dr. R clearly said he likes Caribbean women.
Yeah, but then he also
said, wait, hold on. I even said West Africa. He said, no, Caribbean. And I had to break it down and said, no, Caribbeans are in fact
exactly
West African. I said this.
See.
You know what?
Okay, from what I'm guessing is he doesn't know too much about the history of Caribbean. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know the. See, from look, I can't speak for him. I can't speak for him on that behalf.
Let's not speak for him. That's fine. That's fine. You know, Kwesi, hold on. Kwesi, what do you have to say about what you've heard so far? That's fine. You know.
Yeah. I think Dr. R needs to call back in to clarify what he said earlier, like to make it a bit, because there seems to be a mishmash in it. Like Mo, I think the point I'm trying to get from Mo's basically saying that you can seek as well if you seek women of other
he's playing
races,
semantics, yeah,
and then you go on to like marry them. He classifies that as self-hate.
Right.
That's what Mo's basically trying to say.
Exactly.
But that's not what he said.
Yes, but then again,
no, but that's
the Diamonds tried to take it out of context, and that's why I had to interject. My point and on
Afri Mo. Can I make a point right now?
Hold on. Let Kwesi finish what he was saying.
Yeah,
guys, we gotta let people talk, please.
All right.
Yeah, and basically, in the case of Dr. R, he likes them. And he can date them, but as long as he doesn't marry them, Mo wouldn't classify that as self-hate. But if he goes on to marry them, then Mo will call that self-hate. Innit?
That's
Mo, is that what you call it?
See, this is the context I was gonna speak on. And what was your name, brother M? Was it the one that who spoke?
Oh my God! If you ask somebody for their name one more time, man, you've already said.
Oh, Quincy, yeah, Quincy, yeah.
Yo, James, go back to your hole, man. Hold on, let him talk.
Okay. See, that's the reason why I got angry earlier. I wouldn't say I got angry. It's just the reason why I interjected was because my context was mistaken. And see, on the part where we said Dr. R didn't know where. I can't speak to him. I can't speak for him about on.
That's all I need to call back in the show.
Yeah, I can't speak for him on some of the points they made about he didn't know that Caribbeans were West. To me, he sounded young and he didn't know that they were descendants of West Africa. So to me, on that regard, I can't speak for him. But my context here was taken out of hand, so I had to interject on that behalf.
More. Yeah. You seem very defensive. So you have the issue that Dr. R is attracted to West African women. Is that the problem?
No, I don't.
Then why all the defense? Why not just say, hey, we all heard him. That's what he's into. That's cool. Right. And just let it go.
Mo, can I make a one point right now? Yeah, hold on. Let me make a one point.
No, this is for Mo.
I know, but listen, the whole time you guys were having the whole discussion, but you never actually.
I got it where he said it, guys. I pulled it up. I pulled up where he actually said that in the video. I have it right here. I have where he actually said.
Hold on. So
what I said.
Hold on.
Play what I said.
Hold on. Go ahead, James.
No, I'm gonna play it. It's exactly where the conversation started. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I hear you before said you are into West African women. You're attracted to West African women.
No, Caribbean women.
Well, Caribbeans are West Africans. I mean, they just got relocated. They look like same.
Why are you attracted to West African women?
Yeah. Dr. R, Dr. R, Caribbeans are West Africans. Like there is literally I've seen you drop them.
That's the image, man.
Yeah, if they don't talk, most of them, if they don't talk, you're not gonna know they're West Africans. Literally.
Yeah, they are. No, they are West Africans. They are descendants of West Africans.
Yeah, they're descendants of West Africans. Like, and I've met Jamaicans. There's no difference.
The point is, he said he.
Hold on, let him finish, please. Hold on.
I've met Jamaicans that, they look very, very Gambian, like super Gambian. I can't tell, until they open their mouth, but they look very Gambian. You cannot tell the difference. So if you're into Caribbeans, that means you like, unless you say the mixed Caribbeans. But if you're typical,
and not all Caribbeans are black, by the way.
Hold on.
African. So, because Mo was saying, if you're into Why aren't you proud of being with your own people? And you said you're mean Somali. You said you're from Somali, but you want to be with West Africans.
Exactly.
I want to be with.
Hold on, where did he say it though? Let him finish.
And I'm always gonna go for my women first.
What's your other part?
What? For which?
So guys, you heard it, right?
Exactly.
Heard
Yeah,
what?
exactly.
Wait. He also said that he likes Somali women too. I asked him that question afterwards, and he said yes. He did. Continue playing. I want to hear this.
Yo,
He said it.
that's exactly what he said. But you guys are,
I asked him that
you guys
question.
are making up a lot.
Exactly.
All right,
Everybody in the channels. Everybody in the channels.
Afidamis, you're gonna let me.
I clearly asked him that.
Listen, Afidamis, you're gonna let me ask you a question, honestly.
Look, this is not about asking
No.
the question.
This is how you're asking me the question. This is how you're making it seem like.
You
right?
cannot ask the host the question.
No.
Because
No. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me tell you how it sounds like when you're asking the question in terms of like what Dr. R said. Right?
Well,
it's
everybody
like this.
heard it. Everybody heard it.
No. That's not what everybody heard it, man. And let's be honest. It's like you asking. It's like you asking.
He
what
just
do you mean?
played it. He just played
Hold on.
it.
When you say he just played it, right? But he also said he likes Somali women as well. He was
Exactly. I asked that question, and
but you never play that part. You take things out of context. It's like you saying like, "Hey, you over there," and then I take out the word "you." And it's like you just said you.
So is Kwame Nkrumah a seller? Because he likes Ghanaian women too. Hey, Kwesi, wait.
There's a difference between liking other women from other races and going for them. That's why I said that's my context.
This is hilarious.
Kwesi, didn't Kwame Nkrumah marry an actual Ghanaian too?
I don't know about that.
No, I'm asking
from what you guys said. From what you guys said about him marrying the Egyptian woman.
Let's ask Kwesi. Kwesi, didn't Kwame Nkrumah actually have an actual Ghanaian?
No, he married the Egyptian wife.
Egyptian, okay. Yeah. So, but you don't see him as a sellout, right?
No, I don't see him as he married her for political reasons, isn't it?
What? Okay. Listen.
Oh man. Yo, so this is the thing that is really frustrating and it's so funny at the same time. You have James over here making it seem like Dr. R is only after, he doesn't want his woman, he wants other women, which is absolutely false. The second point is, no, hold on.
Check it out and listen.
Do you hear me? Yes. Didn't you? Hold on. So, Dr. R, didn't you?
Yo, this is too hilarious.
Let him talk. Hold on.
You said you're into West African women. You're attracted to West African women.
You hear that? Caribbean women, like he just said.
Continue playing when I asked him the question.
So he said he preferred, right? He said instead of West African,
don't stop on your context.
West African, right? But the whole time when he was talking about the woman that he was going to get married to was Somali. But even though he finds other women attractive,
exactly. No, they need to continue playing that because they take it out of context.
But James,
continue playing and you'll hear me asking the question.
The whole thing.
But he's not going to play it.
Okay, no, you're not going to play it because you would have had me asking the question.
Listen,
he's not going to play it.
Why are you attracted to West African women?
Yeah.
He's repeating the same thing again.
Go forward to the part where I ask him the question.
You guys hear anything? I don't hear nothing, man.
Hold on. Okay, guys. Hold on. Now, okay, guys. It looks like we've been going for quite some time. Let's have Milky. Milky just joined us. Let's allow Milky also to have something to say, okay? Milky, welcome to the show. Let's allow Milky also to have something to say, okay? Milky, welcome to the show.
Thank you. So listening to what you guys are saying, Mo said seeking, right? Dr. R said that, yeah, he's attracted to Caribbean women, but it doesn't mean that he's completely taking out the other option, rejecting other options. So for me, and the way I hear is that if someone is specifically
Why
seeking
would
a
not just
certain
say?
type of
Why would you
woman
not just say Somali
and
women?
rejects
If he
all
was a
others
Somali
that comes
nationalist.
before him or her, that's when he's absolutely like I don't know, like
But that's not
From my
Kwame
context,
Nkrumah. That's not
No,
what
no, no,
Kwame.
no, no,
but
no, no,
Hold
anyway,
on,
because
that's
Milky,
where I can see where
Milky,
Mo's coming
Milky.
from.
Hold
so
on,
But
Milky,
Milky.
in
Dr.
this
R
case,
Wait,
Dr.
has
R
said that
isn't
on
saying
many
that
different panels.
he
hold
said
on,
that he's also
Milky,
attracted to
Let him finish
Somali
the
no,
women.
point.
Milky,
So I
Milky,
think that you
Milky.
guys are
Aphrodite, I'm gonna ask you a
misunderstanding Mo a
question.
bit,
Wait,
Did
wait,
Dr. R say that he's
Milky,
attracted to
wait.
Somali
right?
women in
Hold
other
on,
panels?
From what I
hold on.
understand,
No, he
he's
didn't
just
say.
saying that
Hold
if
on,
you
Kwesi,
specifically seek a specific
Kwesi,
type of woman, that's
Kwesi.
where
Can you
he
respond? Can you respond to Milky here, Kwesi?
that's what I understand. And that's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
Wait, Kwesi, can you
yeah,
respond to
Milky.
him?
He said that
That's
I've
a
heard
good
him say
point,
that.
Milky.
I've heard Dr. R say that on many different panels, like 3, 4, 5 different panels. He said that. So this obviously means he's seeking that particular group.
What?
Okay. Wait. I'm going to ask you, Aphrodite, a question. Wait.
Oh man, this dude is hilarious, man. Yo, he's milking. I swear to God. Yeah.
I've never
No,
heard him say
look,
that.
guys, it's not a
Yo.
big deal. It's not that big of a
I've
deal.
never
I'm
heard
just.
him
But
say that, but if you're saying so,
yo.
then I guess
It's not a
Yeah,
big deal, guys. It's not.
I know
I'm
it's not
just
a big deal,
saying.
but you're making a big deal, man, because you're saying
No,
like,
it's not
hey,
a
what's
big deal.
today? What's today? And you're saying like, give me an answer, yes or no. And you're like, what's today? Yes or no? Which
But
one
why
is it? It's
can't you
like
answer yes
the
or
question.
no, though?
But hold on. But the question you're asking is wrong
Context,
to begin
that's
with.
the reason why.
You're saying what is today, and then you're saying is it yes or no? Answer the question, yes or no. It's like, but the question you said
But
is like, what is today?
everybody heard it. It's not just me.
What do you
Kwesi
mean
said,
everybody heard it? But you also
Kwesi,
heard it,
hold on.
Aphrodite, that he said he
Didn't
likes
you
Somali
just
women.
hear? Wait, didn't you guys just hear James? Literally, while he's on the show here, James went and pulled up the audio. What else do you guys need? But
Because you never
anyways,
let the audio continue.
okay, that's fine. You know, I mean, it's not that big of a
Aphrodite,
deal.
if you think this James was being talked about dating other women, you think we would have this type of discussion? You think other African Americans would be sitting
But you
around
see
be
the
like,
difference
James,
between me.
how dare you say that? You know, how dare
I
like how
never
dare
came
you
out
even
with
try
James is
to
here. You can
look at other
ask him.
women?
You can
No,
ask
I
James.
guarantee because nobody would care. James, let's be honest. If you did anyone else, nobody would care from your community because
But
only
I didn't
few
see
selective
if I had
African
said
Americans would have an issue and call you a seller. But most of the people, they were like, he's just another with a white
here's the
chick, or he's
difference.
a Latino,
If
or
I had
someone else.
said, check this
Let's
out.
be honest, man.
If I had said I love Black American women, and then you caught me saying, "Oh, well, I think I want a Somali woman," I'd be a sellout. That's the difference.
Hold on. No. Hold on. See, again, the way you're saying is completely wrong. You're saying that you literally said that. That's not what Dr. R said. You're saying that. Oh, if you're saying like you like African American women, but also if you said that, hey, I found Somali woman to be attractive. There's nothing wrong with that. Does that mean you're going out and marrying a Somali woman? Hold on. But see, that is where you got caught, man. You got caught red-handed. All this time you wasted so many hours. We could have been having a real discussions about important issues, but you literally wasted all this situation for nothing, and you got exposed easily. Because listen, let's be honest, James. Nobody cares from your community.
Hold on.
Hey,
hold on, guys.
You're gonna let me get my point across
Hold
in
on.
dealing with
You
him
will.
because he's making a false.
Wait,
He's making a
everybody,
false claim.
guys, give me a second. Everybody's gonna get a chance. We're going to our closing statements. So I'm gonna start here. Thinking before you type. Finish. You know, this is your closing statement because I need to go eat. So you go for it. I'm hungry right now, so I need to go eat. I would love to stay here and talk, but you got 30 seconds.
Nah, come on. 30 seconds is not going to be enough because I really want to touch important issues that was just from the beginning till now.
Trust me, you would have the chance.
I don't even consider James and his antics to even be on my level. So I'll put that on the side. So he can talk about what race and how he identify himself. So he can go over there. But here's what I have to say. A lot of these people that are talking about Pan-Africanism and all this situation, right? They have no concept of who they are. They have no, they don't see themselves as their ancestors. They don't know their connection to sometimes some of them don't even know who their father is. And yet they're going to tell us, hey, forget about your ancestors, but adopt this color that was invented by European
I
racism.
will never adopt
So
that.
no, but that's what they're trying to say. This is the mindset of how, these Pan-Africanists, especially from the Western Hemisphere, this is how they think. And I gotta give Africanus a point that I came across a video where he called like Negro opinions or some terms like that. So I find it funny because
Negropean syndrome.
the Negropean
Yeah, I see
syndrome.
the title as well. Yeah, it's good one. Yeah.
That was actually hilarious because there's some people that suffering over here, which I won't put their name on blast. But here's the thing though, right? A lot of these people, they'll justify to be with anyone, or they'll claim other people's history or woman, or regardless of whatever it is. But when it comes down to their own kind, their own woman, or their own history, they'll disregard it. They'll go after ancient Egypt. Oh no, no. But then with the people of Egypt, they're like, no, they aren't black. They'll go after the people in the Horn of Africa, the history over there, Somalia, whatever. They're like, no, but they, you know what I mean? But they're not black. But then they want the history at the same time.
This is
so
true.
a lot of times they want their woman at the same time. But for me, it's like any man. The only African American people that I respect is Malcolm X, because he knew exactly what he stood for. He stood for his people, and he knew the ones that need to be fought was the ones who were literally oppressing him. Not people from Somalia, not people from Africa and all this stuff, but the ones who was literally oppressing the African American community, or even the New English, is, you know what I mean? The ones who are literally don't see don't view their lives that matters, is literally the Western Hemisphere. And lastly, what I want to end with, and this is something maybe I think that, if you want to touch upon on your next segment or next video, which is, if you look at the colonialism propaganda, if you look at the size of Africa and you compare it to Europe and the Western world, it's huge. There's a huge difference. Africa is a huge continent. But when you go into the Western education and you go to the schools and you view the maps, you would think that what the hell, America, just North America, is almost like the same size or half of the size of Africa, when in reality it's not even close. So a lot of these people who call themselves Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanists, they literally have the European concept of like brainwashing. They have been brainwashed, and therefore they want to brainwash that same disease and virus into the African community. Or the African in general. And they're like, hey, don't adopt who you are, forget about your ancestors, forget about your religion, forget about who you are, and then just adopt this European centric viewpoint.
Okay. Well,
So, James,
okay. Think before you
that's what I have to
type.
say.
Thank you very much for giving your, calling anytime. Thank you for your contribution. Now we have James up. James, your last statement. Go ahead, James.
I think as far as Pan-Africanism goes, it sounds like a great idea. Obviously, being united by a single thing sounds good to me. Particularly from an African American perspective, we are the descendants of slavery, so we were stripped of that. I guess you could say, of our African roots a long time ago. So we identify with each other racially. Anyone who looks like us is a part of us from our perspective. We're highly sensitive. We're highly sensitive to that because of the discrimination and the racism that we have faced heavily. So when Black people who we can look at and clearly see who are Black, who are at least mixed with Black, and deny that, we just go, okay. We're familiar with it. We know what that looks like. That's nothing new. But people can be whoever they want to be. They can be blue for all I care. But as far as the ideology of being Pan-Africanism, it sounds great. I don't think it's an unrealistic goal, but there were a lot of ideas before in time that were unrealistic at the time. But it may have come to pass. So it's not a bad thing to strive for. You don't have to throw away your heritage. You don't have to throw away where you came from. You don't have to throw away your tribes. The person who was just on here kind of exaggerated and just kind of over-exaggerated and did all that extra stuff for no reason. You don't have to throw away anything. We're trying to say we look like each other for the most part. Why can't we just identify with each other? That's basically it. It's not that big of a deal. But I get it. But
James, thank you for coming. I really, enjoy talking to you, and have a good one. And now we're going to have Mo give his last statement. Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, on the ideals of Pan-Africanism, I said it earlier, I think there's a lot of cowards shielding themselves from their inner hate using Pan-Africanism. I've said that for a long time now. I'm seeing a lot of people hide and quiver and not face the problems, but instead they shield behind a certain narrative. And I've been seeing that a lot. I'll give you some examples of people that have faced the problem ahead, faced the problem face on. And a great example would be Malcolm X. He's a person who faced the problems face on and never hid from them. And he did everything in his power to benefit his community. He married a black woman. He what's it called? Passed his prince. He even got rid of his slave name so he can give himself his own name. That's the type of person that should be the face of Pan-Africanism, not people that quiver and hide
He's
behind.
dead though. He's dead now.
Yeah, but then there should be people that are looking up to him and looking at his work and taking inspiration from that.
Yeah, there is some out there.
Yeah,
Plenty.
but then you also have to agree there's a lot that are hiding behind ideals of Pan-Africanism.
Right.
And my other point I was going to get into was about the point that I think it was Mr. T, where he said about Pan-Africans want Africans to strip their identity away. They don't even consider Horners. Some of them I've seen with my own eyes, and you can agree to this if you can. I've seen some of them say that North Africans are not Africans. I've seen some of them say that Egyptians are not real Africans. I've seen some of them say that Horners are not black or African. And I think this all comes down to, I don't know, maybe it's not my place to say the way it comes down to, but what I can say is the people that are in Africa have a way of life. They have their tribe. They have basically they know their ideals. That's the best way to put it. And that can't be stripped away from the people. And that's all I'm gonna say to my point. Yeah.
Mo, thank you. Mo, you know you are always welcome here. And don't think that I was picking on you.
Thank you, man.
Sometimes I gotta play the devil's advocate.
No, it's good to debate
and push on what people are saying.
Yeah.
But suddenly you're welcome to come here. You know, I enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
And you, I enjoy talking to you as well.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
All right, Kwesi, you got the floor.
Yeah, I wanted to say, it was a good live show today. Everyone smashed that like button. But I wanted to say that Kaiser and Mo were saying that, Nkrumah married an Egyptian woman and is self-hate, and I don't agree with it. He married her for political reasons. In fact, it was an arranged marriage, so it's not as if he saw her and he fell in love with her. It was an arranged marriage. For political reasons, obviously to unite the continent under his presidency or leadership. And the only downside to Kwame Nkrumah that I like to point out is that his wealth, the wealth that he made accumulated, ended up in Italian hands. So that's the only time I begin to question his legacy as a Pan-African. Even though I'm not a Pan-African, I don't really care about it, but if he is a Pan-African and the people around him, were Pan-African, including his wife, and his kids would have obviously been brought up as Pan-Africans. It's amazing that they've ended up marrying. They could have married Egyptians or Ghanaians, but they've married Europeans, Italians. So the money, when Kwame Nkrumah was very rich, he accumulated so much money, has now ended up in Italy. So that's when I begin to agree with Mo a little bit in terms of the wealth ending up in other people's hands in it. So that's what I wanted to say.
Well, thank you, Kwesi. Thank you. Thanks for coming. You're always welcome here too. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's show. You guys know, I always say I didn't plan on staying long. And look, by now, if you're not new here, right? If you've been watching the shows, yes, the title is going to be there, but we will delve into other areas because people have stuff on their chest that they need to lay out. So, and it's always welcome. It's not like a written show, something that's like scripted. We go as it, we just go along as it goes. I have to allow people to speak their mind. That's just what it is. pressing on more is nothing personal, but you guys know I have to press on the ideas that people talk about. And when they're inconsistent, I also got to point that out so they can defend themselves. I wish Dr. R would have stayed and defended his position, but either way, it's all fine by me. I understand maybe he didn't want to face his fellow Somalis to admit to, who he likes. Not a big deal to me, but I'm just a curious individual. How this plays out in people's head. You must know this. I have no dog in this fight. I'm just here to present this to you. Whatever you make of it, that's your own thinking. I'm not here to sway you to see things in a different light than what you're seeing. You're an intelligent person. I have no doubt in that. I understand many of you understand what you're seeing here. Whether you want to be biased, you want to be objective, subjective, that's all on you. It's all going to be based on your need for knowledge, what you want to understand, what do you want to know. That's what it comes down to. But until next time, make sure you like and subscribe to this channel. I hope to see you guys soon. I hope you enjoyed the show because I did. Share with your friends and family, and please don't be a stranger to the Afridamus Report. Have a wonderful one.